Hello and welcome back, or welcome for the first time if you're just finding us. I'm so glad you're here. Whether you're a regular or brand new to the channel, I hope tonight brings you somewhere calm and strange and thoughtful before you drift off to sleep. I'm Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're diving into something a little different. We're exploring stories that mess with perception, that blur the line between what's real and what might be slipping away from reality without us quite noticing. These are psychological and mind-bending tales, the kind that settle into your thoughts and stay there, turning ordinary moments into something unsettling. We have 4 stories for you tonight. First, we'll hear about someone who catches a glimpse of themselves in the mirror before they've even opened their eyes. A small, impossible moment that repeats. Then there's the mystery of dinner plates, set carefully for guests who don't exist, appearing again and again in an empty kitchen. After that, we'll discover what happens when a man finds notes on his desk from meetings he has no memory of attending. And finally, we'll explore the impossible, a room hidden behind a bathroom wall that mirrors a bedroom from childhood. Perfectly preserved, impossibly real. If you've enjoyed what we do here at Mr. Dantello, a like and a subscribe would mean a lot. It helps us keep these stories alive for you and for others looking for something quieter in the dark. So get yourself comfortable, settle in, grab your pillow, dim those lights if they're still on, and let yourself relax. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The mirror shows me getting dressed before I wake up. The radiator pipes tick in sequence, the way they always do at 3 in the morning. Not a comforting rhythm, more like something counting. I've learned the pattern over the years of sleeping poorly. First, the bass of the unit hums, then the vertical run vibrates, then comes the ticking down the branch that runs behind the headboard. It's a sound I've trained myself to ignore, the way you stop hearing traffic or the neighbor's television. But tonight, it pulled me from whatever thin sleep I'd managed, and now I'm awake with that particular clarity that insomnia brings. The kind where you feel hyper-aware of your own breathing, the weight of the blanket, the exact texture of your own skull against the pillow. I don't move at first. This is part of my routine, my small negotiation with sleep. Lie still. Don't acknowledge the wakefulness. Sometimes the body tricks itself back down into rest if you don't meet it with resistance. The apartment is the kind of dark that only happens before dawn, in a city where light pollution reaches into every window. Not complete black, but a dense gray-blue that makes shapes into suggestions. I can see the outline of my dresser, the sharp corner of the closet door, the small potted plant on the windowsill that's been dying incrementally for 3 months. And I can see the mirror. It hangs directly across from the bed. A simple rectangular frame I picked up from an estate sale years ago. Oak, slightly warped at one corner, the glass itself catching what little light exists and throwing it back at me in a thin, muted reflection. I've stopped looking in it during these early morning sessions. Seeing my own face reflected back when I'm trapped in the space between sleep and wakefulness has never felt quite right. The proportions seem off. Or maybe it's just how I look at 3 in the morning. All the accumulated exhaustion of poor sleep habits reading itself across my features like a verdict. So I keep my eyes above it, or slightly to the side, a small privacy from myself. The ticking from the radiator moves into its second cycle. My eyes are adjusting further now, and I can make out more detail in the apartment. The bookshelf against the far wall. The empty coffee mug on the nightstand that's been there since yesterday. The chair in the corner where I leave clothes that aren't quite dirty enough to wash but need their own space, their own category. A coat, a shirt, jeans I wore on Thursday. The usual landscape of someone living alone who has stopped bothering to maintain certain social standards. I've been awake for maybe 4 minutes. The thought occurs to me in the way that thoughts occur when you're tired and your mind is running at a strange frequency, that I should check the time. It's the kind of thing I do, verify the specifics. I'm detail-oriented by nature, perhaps obsessively so. My job requires it. I work in data analysis, which means I spend my days looking for discrepancies, for patterns that shouldn't exist, for the moment where the numbers stop lying and start telling a different story. It bleeds into everything. I notice things, the way people repeat phrases, the way conversations circle back to the same point, the way a room never looks quite the way you remember it looking the next time you enter it. My phone is on the dresser. I'll have to move to get it. That seems like a lot of effort for information I'll only use to confirm my insomnia. Instead, I shift slightly under the blanket. The fabric is cool against my arms. The mattress creaks. It always does, and I can feel the particular ache in my lower back that comes from a night of poor sleeping positions. My neck is stiff. My mouth tastes like the flat copper of dehydration. All the small physical complaints of a body that hasn't rested properly in weeks. It's been weeks, actually. I should acknowledge that. 3 weeks now of this pattern, falling asleep around 1, waking somewhere between 2:30 and 3:15, then existing in this particular gray space of the early morning where actual sleep refuses to return, but staying awake feels like fighting against biology itself. I've tried the standard remedies, the magnesium supplements, which did nothing but give me vivid dreams. The weighted blanket which I ended up pushing to the foot of the bed. The white noise app, which somehow made the silence between sounds feel deeper. I've tried exhausting myself with exercise. I've tried the opposite, doing nothing, letting fatigue build. I've eliminated caffeine, which was particularly pointless since I'd already established that I rarely drink coffee past noon. Nothing works. The waking just happens now. It's become reliable in the way that distressing things sometimes become, predictable enough to plan around. So I lie here, and I wait for either sleep or dawn, and I've stopped bothering to track which I'm hoping for more. The radiator cycles again. I've been lying still for what must be 6 or 7 minutes now, though time moves differently in this state. It expands and contracts. A minute can feel like 5. 5 minutes can compress into a sense of a few seconds. The mirror catches a bit of light. I noticed this only because I shifted my gaze slightly, was looking at the ceiling and let my eyes drift lower across the familiar geography of the bedroom. The mirror usually looks flat and dark at this hour, almost like a doorway into a darker room. But something about the reflection is registering differently. There's more light in it than there should be. Not much, just enough to make out distinct shapes rather than suggestions. I should think this is strange, but I don't immediately. My brain is moving slowly on minimal power. I register it as I might register a minor irregularity in the apartment noise, something noted and filed away, not something demanding interpretation. Then something about the reflection resolves. There's someone standing in front of the mirror. It takes me maybe 2 seconds to understand what I'm seeing. Not because the image is unclear, but because the understanding requires my tired mind to move through several logical steps. The mirror shows a reflection. All mirrors show reflections. The reflection in this mirror is of someone standing in the apartment, in the dark, in front of the mirror at 3 in the morning. The reflection is me, but I'm not standing. I'm lying down. The contradiction is what finally wakes my brain up, truly wakes it, pulls it into actual alertness, the kind where every nerve suddenly has current running through it again. I freeze. The figure in the mirror isn't moving either. We're staring at each other. I'm looking at the reflection, and the reflection is looking back at me lying in the bed. Or no, not looking at me, looking at the direction where I am. There's something too still about it, something too waiting. My heart, which has been beating at that slow pre-dawn rate, suddenly remembers what adrenaline feels like. This is the moment where I should recognize that I'm dreaming. There's a certain logic to these kinds of moments. When the world glitches and your rational mind offers you the obvious exit, you're asleep, this is a dream, roll over and actually rest. I've had hundreds of those moments. They usually come with a particular feeling, a texture to the nightmare that is distinct from waking experience, a softness around the edges, a sense that the rules are negotiable. But this doesn't feel like that. The bedroom is fully in focus. I can count the lines of the window frame. I can see the individual dust particles floating through what little light exists. I can feel the specific weight of the blanket, the exact position of my body in the bed. I am not dreaming. My mind would stake everything on this fact. So I am awake, and there's someone standing in front of the mirror. The someone is dressed. This is what finally registers fully, not just that there's a figure visible in the reflection, but that the figure is wearing clothes, dark clothes, jeans and a shirt as far as I can make out. The figure is dressed for the day ahead. The figure is ready. I am not. I'm lying under the blanket in the dark, in the state I always am when this happens, conscious enough to wake, tired enough to want to stay in bed, wearing nothing but sleep clothes that are wrinkled from a night of restless movement. The contrast is sharp enough to make me physically recoil. I jerk backward into the pillow, my hands coming up instinctively. The blanket twists around my legs. My own breathing suddenly sounds very loud in the apartment. The radiator has, coincidentally or not, gone quiet. No, I say. The word comes out rough, unused. I've been alone for hours. No, I blink hard, forcing my eyes shut and then open again. The figure in the mirror doesn't move, but it is still there. And that's when I notice I'm watching it more carefully now. My tired mind kicked into sharp focus, that the figure is moving. Not quickly, not like a person moving through normal time, but I can see the careful deliberation of it, the way the arms shift, the way something in the posture of the shoulders changes. The figure is buttoning a shirt. I'm watching it button a shirt that it's apparently already wearing. The motion slow and methodical, like someone getting dressed in a place where time moves at a different rate. One button. Then the next. The figure's fingers work with precision, with intention, with the kind of care you take when you're being observed. I set up. This happens too fast. I'm suddenly upright, the blanket falling away, my hands pressing into the mattress for purchase. The movement is jerky, born of pure instinct, the kind of thing your body does when it encounters something that registers on the level of threat. The figure in the mirror is now turning slightly, as if to give me a better view of the process. I'm looking for the logical explanation even as I watch it. Sleep paralysis creates hallucinations. I know this. I've read about it. The brain, suspended between sleep and wakefulness, can generate images that feel perfectly real. But this is not that particular kind of paralysis. I've moved freely. I'm sitting up. I can feel the bed beneath me, can flex my fingers, can control my breathing, though the breathing is coming fast now. Maybe someone broke in. Maybe I'm having a genuine psychotic break. Maybe the apartment has genuinely become a place where someone else is moving through it while I sleep, while I watch. While they're getting dressed for a day I don't remember ever volunteering for. None of those options are comforting. I turn to look at the wall behind me, at the space where the figure should be standing, in physical reality, where I should be able to turn from the mirror and see the actual person whose reflection is currently buttoning the shirt in the other direction. The wall is empty. The corner is empty. The bedroom is still just me and the furniture and the slow decay of the apartment and the early morning darkness. I turn back to the mirror. The figure is fully dressed now, completely dressed. I don't remember watching the transition from shirt buttoning to fully clothed, which is another wrong thing, another small disconnect. But there it is. The figure is entirely ready, dressed down to what looks like shoes, which is remarkable because I've been looking at the mirror the whole time, or mostly the whole time. Haven't I? Have I been looking at it the whole time? There's a soft spot in my memory here, the kind that usually worries me in other contexts, a small gap in continuity. The figure in the mirror is facing me directly now. I can see the outline of its face, though the details are obscured by the distance and the lack of light. It's still, absolutely still, but there's something in that stillness that feels like recognition, like it's been waiting for me to notice, like this has happened before. I don't move. The figure doesn't move. We're locked in a stillness that feels deliberate. And I'm aware of my heartbeat in a way that makes me feel young, like a child again. That particular species of fear where your own body becomes a foreign instrument and you're just waiting to see what it will do next. The figure's hand rises. Slowly, not threatening, the motion is too deliberate, too measured for threat. It's almost careful. The hand comes up toward where the face should be, and for a moment I think it's going to touch the glass, or touch itself, or perform some gesture that will finally explain what I'm looking at. Instead, it touches the collar of the shirt, adjusts it. A small, precise gesture, the kind of thing you'd do if you were checking yourself in the mirror before leaving for somewhere important. Before leaving. The thought arrives with a weight that makes my chest tighten. Whatever this is, it isn't just happening here in the dark. It's preparing. It's preparing to go somewhere. I'm out of bed before I've decided to move. The floor is cold under my feet. Real solid, I cross the room to the mirror, and as I get closer, the figure seems to recede slightly, as though the glass is deeper than glass should be, as though there's distance on the other side that wasn't there when I was sitting down. I'm within a foot of the mirror now. Close enough to see the texture of the shirt clearly. It's one I own, or it looks like one I own. A gray button-up I haven't worn in maybe 2 months. The sleeves are rolled slightly at the wrist, the way I roll them when I'm going to be doing something that requires my hands. The face is still indistinct, still obscured by the angle of light, or the angle of the glass, or the angle of my own perception. But the eyes are there. I can feel them looking back at me. I raise my hand. I don't plan to. My arm just moves, and the figure's arm moves in response, but not the way a reflection would move. It's not a mirror reflection at all. It's a gesture of acknowledgement, a wave, almost hello or goodbye. My hand drops. The figure's hand drops. Then I step back. I don't know why. Instinct, some reptile part of my brain screaming at me to put distance between myself and the glass. I step back. And the figure steps back too, but not in synchrony. It moves first, slightly ahead of my movement, as though anticipating where I'll go. I leave the bedroom. I don't run, but I'm not moving slowly either. There's a narrow hallway between the bedroom and the living room, and I walk through it with my hand trailing along the wall, needing to touch something that confirms the solidity of the apartment around me. The wall is cool, real. It's just wall. The living room is gray, with early morning light coming through the windows. The city is still mostly quiet. The furniture sits where furniture should sit. Nothing has moved. Nothing is out of place. I stand in the center of the room for a long moment, waiting for something, for my heart rate to normalize, for my breathing to slow, for some explanation to arrive that makes sense of what I've just seen. It doesn't come. Instead, I'm aware of a new kind of feeling. Not fear exactly, more like the feeling of being observed, of standing in a room and knowing that something is paying attention. I look back toward the hallway, toward the direction of the bedroom, and I have the sudden, vivid sense that I should check something. Should verify something. I move to the bathroom. Small functional space. I flip on the light. Everything is as I left it, the shower curtain drawn, the sink empty, the mirror above the sink reflecting back the bathroom, and me standing in it with my eyes too wide. I'm still in the clothes I wore yesterday. Jeans, a sweater. The clothes are on me. Right now, still warm from sleep. Real, I go back to the bedroom. The mirror reflects the bedroom, and only the bedroom. There's no figure. There's only me standing in front of the glass at 5:47 in the morning, looking at myself and trying to understand when things diverged from normal, when I stopped seeing reflections and started seeing something else. The shirt I was wearing in the mirror, the gray one, is hanging in my closet exactly where it should be. I can see it through the open closet door. I reach in and touch the sleeve. It's fabric, normal, not warm. Not like something that's been worn recently. By noon, I've convinced myself it was a dream. A particularly vivid dream that happened in that strange space between sleeping and waking. The kind of dream that follows you into consciousness like a fingerprint on glass. I've read about it. I know it happens. The brain is good at creating false certainties, at blending imagination and memory into something that feels exactly like experience. This is fine. This is normal. By evening, I'm less sure. I've noticed small things through the day. The apartment has felt slightly different in ways I can't articulate. Not that anything has been moved, not that anything is obviously wrong. It's more like the space has a different weight, as though the air itself has been slightly reorganized. I've walked through my living room maybe 30 times today, and each time the hallway feels marginally longer than it did before. Or shorter. The measurements keep shifting in my memory. The bathroom mirror is fine. The other mirrors in the apartment are fine. Only the bedroom mirror has this quality, this sense that there's somewhere beyond the glass, some depth that shouldn't be there. I don't look at it after the first time. I keep the bedroom door mostly closed. Around 2 a.m., I'm lying in the dark again, and I realize I'm doing it deliberately. I'm testing something. I'm waiting to see if it happens again, if I can see it again, as though part of me needs confirmation that this was real and not just a trick of sleep, which is its own kind of insanity. The room is darker than it was this morning. The city sounds are different. Fewer cars, more silence. The kind of silence that feels like it's actively pressing down on things. I'm lying on my side, facing away from the mirror, and I can feel it. The sensation of being looked at from across the room. I haven't had a sleep-waking experience in years, not since college. Not since the period when I wasn't sleeping well and my mind would play these games with the boundaries of consciousness. But I remember how this feels. This particular species of uncertainty, where you're not sure if you're actually conscious or if your consciousness is just very elaborate right now, creating this conversation with itself. I turn over. The figure isn't there. The mirror is just a mirror. It reflects the dark room and my shape in the bed and nothing else. But something is different. It takes me a moment to understand what I'm seeing, and when I do, the realization arrives like a door, opening very slowly into a room that shouldn't exist. The figure in the mirror isn't standing in my bedroom. It's standing in a different space. A hallway that looks almost like the one in my apartment, but not quite. The proportions are slightly wrong. The walls are a different color, not dramatically different, but different enough that I notice it when I'm looking directly at it. The figure is wearing different clothes now, not the gray shirt. Something darker, something that looks like a coat. And the face, I still can't see the face clearly, but I can see enough to know that it's not looking at me anymore. It's looking past me, looking at something behind me or beyond me or in some direction I'm not oriented to understand. I turn around. The bedroom is still the bedroom. The hallway is the hallway. Nothing is behind me. When I turn back, the figure has moved deeper into that other hallway. Further away, walking towards something or away from something, and I can't tell which. The fear I felt this morning returns, but it's different now. It's not the fear of being watched. It's the fear of understanding that something is moving through my space while I'm not paying attention. Something is using the paths I use, walking the distances I walk, and it's just ahead of me or just behind me or existing in the spaces between the places I check. I get out of bed again. I don't approach the mirror. Instead, I walk the hallway. I count the steps. It's 8 steps from the bedroom door to the living room. I count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the same as always, the same as yesterday. I go back and count again. This time it's 9 steps. I'm certain of it. 9 steps, and that extra step is new, is wrong, is the kind of detail that should not be different. I count a 3rd time. 8 steps again. I must have miscounted. I must have been moving strangely, taking a stride that was slightly longer or slightly shorter than usual. These are the kinds of mistakes the mind makes when it's not paying complete attention. But I was paying attention. I was counting. By 3 a.m., I'm sitting on the couch with the lights on. All the lights on. The living room is bright in a way that makes the apartment feel less like home and more like a stage where something is being performed for an audience I can't see. I've made coffee. I don't want it. But I needed to do something that felt normal, felt like my own choice and my own action. The apartment is quiet around me. Somewhere in the space between then and now, I've realized something else. This morning, when I saw the figure getting dressed, I was certain I hadn't chosen what it was wearing. But as I've been sitting here thinking about it, the memory has shifted slightly. I can almost see myself selecting the gray shirt. I can almost remember the decision to wear it. The memory is blurry, like something seen in water, but it's there. It's like the morning isn't fixed anymore, like it's still happening, still negotiable, still something that could be revised or rewritten if I think about it hard enough. This is the point where I should probably call someone, a doctor, a friend, someone who could tell me that this is explainable, that there's a rational framework for what I'm experiencing. But I don't move to find my phone. I already know what I'd say if I called, and I know how it would sound. I know the words I'd have to use, and I know the spaces where people's faces would go blank or concerned. Instead, I sit in the light and wait for morning. At some point, I realize I'm not actually waiting. I'm anticipating. And somewhere in the apartment, standing in a hallway that's slightly different from the one I walk through, something is doing the same thing. It's getting ready, getting closer, or getting further away. I'm still not certain which. The morning comes like an interruption of something that was already happening. I don't remember falling asleep, but the coffee cup is empty and cold beside me on the couch. And the light through the windows has shifted from the flat gray of deep night to the softer gray of early dawn. My neck hurts. My mouth tastes like old metal and fear. I haven't moved. Not really. My body is still folded into the corner of the couch exactly as it was when I last checked the time on the wall clock, 2:47 a.m., and then decided not to check it again. The apartment around me feels different in daylight. The stage lights from 3 hours ago have been replaced by something more honest, more exposed. The corners that were deep black are now just corners. The shadows have edges. And yet something is still wrong with the proportions. The distance from the couch to the kitchen seems to expand when I'm not looking at it directly. The hallway leading to the bedroom feels longer than it should, as if the apartment has stretched during the night, pulled at its own seams, made itself bigger than the square footage should allow. I stand up slowly. My body is stiff, protesting. The apartment is absolutely silent. No traffic from the street below, no pipes settling in the walls, no ambient hum of the refrigerator or the air conditioning unit. Just silence, and it's so complete that it seems to have weight, seems to press against my eardrums. I walk to the kitchen without counting the steps. I'm done with that. Counting gives the discrepancies reality. It makes them measurable, which makes them impossible to deny. Better to just move through the space and let the distances be what they are. The kitchen is exactly as I left it. The coffee maker still has the glass pot inside, dark liquid settled at the bottom like something that's been sitting for days. I don't remember making it that way. I remember pressing the button, watching the water run through the grounds. I remember it being fresh, but memory is negotiable now. Memory is something that happens in the dark and gets rewritten when you shine light on it. I fill a glass with water and drink it standing up, not tasting it. The act of doing something normal is becoming harder. It requires more concentration. I have to think about each step, fill the glass, raise it to my lips, swallow, set it down. Like I'm reading instructions for how to be human. That's when I hear the shower running. It's coming from the bathroom. The sound of water hitting the shower stall, steady and unmistakable. I listen to it for 3 full seconds before I understand what I'm hearing, and when I do, my body goes cold in a way that has nothing to do with temperature. I don't have the shower on. I know this with absolute certainty, because I've been sitting on this couch for 6 hours. I've been awake the entire time, and before that, I was awake in bed, in the hallway, standing in front of the mirror, watching something that wasn't me get dressed. I moved toward the bathroom without deciding to move. My body is operating on some frequency that's slightly out of sync with my conscious mind. The hallway, that negotiable stretching hallway, seems to pulse as I walk through it. The walls look like they're breathing. The doorway to the bathroom is open, and steam is pouring out of it in thick, silent clouds. The shower is running. The water is hot. I can see the mist in the bathroom, can feel the humidity in the air, can hear the sound of it so clearly that it's impossible this is something imaginary. Hallucinations don't sound this precise. They don't create this much moisture in the air. They don't exist in the world in this tangible, undeniable way. I step to the side of the shower stall without opening the curtain. I'm not ready to see. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready, but I definitely am not ready now. Hello, I say. My voice sounds strange in the steam, muffled and distant. Who's there? The water keeps running. I wait for an answer, but none comes. Just the sound of the shower, which is louder now that I'm closer to it. So loud that it seems to fill all the available space in the bathroom, in the apartment, in the world. It's not a sound anymore. It's a presence. It's something physical pressing against me. I reach for the shower curtain. My hand is shaking badly enough that I can see it trembling in the edge of my vision. I reach, and I stop, and I reach again. The plastic curtain is warm and slightly slick under my fingers. I pull it open. The shower is empty. No figure. No shadow. Just the spray of water from the shower head hitting the tiles and running down the drain. The curtain rod is visible. The soap dish. The small shelf with the shampoo bottle. All of it empty and ordinary and completely wrong. I turn off the water. The silence that follows is louder than the shower was. It fills the bathroom like something that's taken up all the oxygen. I'm breathing, but the air feels thin and wrong. That's when I realize something else. The tile on the bathroom floor is wet. All of it. Not just around the shower stall, but extending out into the room, spreading toward the doorway. Wet enough that my footprints are visible in it. Dark impressions that lead from the doorway to where I'm standing, and they're the only footprints on the floor. There's no other set of prints, no path that leads to or from the shower stall. Just mine. Just me walking into a room where something is already using the shower, already here, already claiming the space. I leave the bathroom. I don't run. I walk carefully, deliberately, like moving quickly might cause something to shift or break or notice that I'm afraid. In the bedroom, I pull on clothes. Any clothes, whatever my hands find in the drawers, and I grab my keys and my phone from the nightstand. The phone is dead, not just off, but completely dead, despite the fact that I know I plugged it in yesterday. I know this with certainty because I've been thinking about calling someone, and I remember checking the battery level. It was at 30%. Now it's nothing. Now it won't even turn on. I leave the apartment without checking to see if I've locked the door. I don't care anymore. Let it stay open. Let something else come inside. Let the space continue to expand and reshape itself without me in it trying to measure it and make sense of it. In the hallway, outside my door, I pause. The hallway is familiar. The paint is the same beige it's always been. The carpet has the same worn pattern in front of each door, but it feels different now. Seems to curve in directions that shouldn't exist. I count the doors to the elevator. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are always 4 doors between my apartment and the elevator. But as I walk, I see 5, and then 6, and the hallway ahead of me extends into a distance that doesn't seem possible given what I know about the building's layout. I choose a door at random and knock. Someone is home. A voice answers. A man, middle-aged, irritated at being disturbed so early. I can hear him through the door asking what I want, and I can't answer because I don't know what I want. I don't know what I need. I just know that I can't be in my apartment anymore, and I can't be in this hallway alone. But I don't wait for him to open the door. I keep walking. The elevator is somewhere ahead of me, or maybe it's behind me now. Maybe the building's geometry has changed again, and I'm walking away from every exit, deeper into the logic of the place where I sleep and the place where something else gets dressed in my mirror and showers in my bathroom while I'm somewhere else, trapped in a space that looks like my home but isn't anymore. By the time I reach the stairwell, I'm not certain I ever left my apartment at all. By the time I reach the street, I'm not certain of anything except this: whatever was walking through my space before is still doing it. And I'm beginning to understand that it's not moving through my apartment. It's moving through my life, retracing my steps, occupying every moment I'm not paying attention to. And it's getting very close to catching up. I don't remember driving to my sister's house. I remember being on the street, and then I remember being in my car, and then I remember the moment her porch light came on and she opened the door with that particular expression people get when someone arrives unannounced at 6 in the morning looking like they've been pulled from water. Morgan didn't ask many questions that first day. She gave me dry clothes and let me shower in her bathroom. I was careful about the shower. I watched the water the entire time. I didn't close my eyes, and she made coffee and didn't press when I couldn't explain why I was there. We sat in her kitchen, and I looked out at her backyard, which was exactly as a backyard should be: trees, grass, a fence, nothing extending into impossible distances. "You can stay as long as you need," she said. Just like that. No interrogation, no skepticism, at least not in her voice. I stayed for 4 days. By the second day, I had begun to wonder if I'd imagined it. Not the shower, I knew that was real, but the hallway, the expanding geometry, the sense that something was following the contours of my life. In the daylight, with Morgan moving through the house, making noise, existing in her ordinary way, it was easier to construct explanations. Dehydration, stress, the particular paranoia that creeps in when you haven't slept properly. I'd read about how the mind can play tricks when exhaustion reaches a certain threshold, how perception becomes unreliable, how a person can become convinced of things that aren't true. But I also knew I'd plugged in my phone. I knew it with the same kind of certainty that I knew my own name, and the mind doesn't fabricate that kind of specific, mundane knowledge. On the third day, Morgan drove me back to my apartment building. I waited in the car while she went up to check on things. I didn't want to see the apartment again. I didn't know what state I'd left it in, whether the door was still open, whether something inside was still moving through the space, still occupying the rooms, still getting dressed in front of my mirror before I woke up. Morgan came back with a suitcase full of my clothes and my laptop. She didn't say whether the apartment looked strange. She didn't say whether the bathroom was wet. "You should call someone," she said. "A doctor. Someone who can." "I know," I said. But I didn't call anyone. What would I tell them? That my apartment was larger than it should be? That something was using my shower and existing in a mirror before I opened my eyes? They would give me the same sympathetic nod that Morgan was giving me now, and they would write something down, and nothing would change because I wasn't sick. I was certain of this in the way that sick people are never certain of anything. I went back to work on the fourth day. My manager seemed unsurprised by my absence. I'd apparently called in sick, though I had no memory of doing so. There was a note in my employee file with today's date, and my voice saying I wouldn't be in, but my phone had been dead. My phone couldn't have made a call. Work was familiar in a way that was comforting. The same fluorescent lights, the same beige cubicles, the same ambient noise of keyboards and quiet conversation. I moved through the day like a person who knew how to be present in a room without actually being there. My coworkers didn't ask questions. People are good at not asking questions when someone clearly doesn't want to be asked. It's been 3 weeks now since I packed clothes and left my apartment. I found a new place, a studio in a different neighborhood, a different building, a different section of the city. The apartment is small, anonymous, the kind of place that doesn't have the weight of a history behind it. I haven't decorated it. I have #additional middle section. Atmospheric expansion. The apartment had always been quiet in the mornings, but this particular silence felt engineered. I'd never noticed before, or perhaps I'd stopped noticing years ago, how sound seemed to die at the threshold of my bedroom. The radiator's familiar tick-tick-tick would fade to nothing the moment I crossed that invisible line from hallway to sleeping space. Even my own breathing seemed to become someone else's sound, distant and belonging to a different room. The bedroom walls were a color I'd chosen in autumn 3 years ago. Not white, not quite gray. The name on the paint can had been Mothwing, which I'd found pretentious even as I rolled it onto the drywall. But the name fit in a way I hadn't anticipated. In certain light, the particular quality of light that arrived around dawn, before the sun had fully committed to rising, the walls took on that dusty, almost translucent quality, as if the room might dissolve into powder if I touched it. I lay there that morning, before the mirror moment, in that exact kind of light. My sheets were cotton, high thread count, expensive in the way that things become expensive when you live alone and stop questioning small expenditures. They'd twisted around my legs during sleep, as they always did. I could feel the weight of them, damp in that specific way that comes from hours of unconscious sweating, not unpleasant, but present. Noticeable, the kind of physical awareness that comes just before full waking. My bedroom window faced the building across the street. That building was older, pre-war architecture, all dark brick in those long rectangles of window that never seemed to contain any light. I'd learned not to look at it. There was something in the blankness of those windows, the way they suggested depth without revealing it. I'd wake sometimes, truly wake, not this half state I was in, and catch myself staring at them for minutes without remembering having decided to look. The dresser sat perpendicular to the window. Oak. Old. Something I'd inherited from my grandmother's estate, and kept because it seemed wasteful not to. The mirror was the original, glass that had begun to develop those dark spots along the edges. Tarnish, probably. Some degradation of the silvering backing that happened to antiques over decades. I'd read somewhere that old mirrors were actually dangerous because the backs could corrode and expose you to toxic materials. I'd never looked up whether this was true or simply one of those persistent myths that live in the spaces between knowledge and folklore. The drawer pulls were brass, tarnished green. I could see them from the bed if I lifted my head slightly. They caught what little light there was in that gray dawn time and threw it back in muted glints. There was something about the way my eye was drawn to them, not voluntarily, but magnetically, the way a compass needle finds north without the compass's permission. I'd open my eyes without intending to, and my gaze would already be fixed on those brass pulls, as if some part of my consciousness had sent my eyes ahead while the rest of me still slept. The air in the bedroom had a particular texture in those early hours. Cool, yes, but also somehow dense, like the room itself was breathing, pulling in air and holding it, then releasing it slowly enough that by the time it reached you, it had picked up the particular staleness that comes from 8 hours of recycled breath and skin cells and the ambient moisture of a sleeping body. I could feel it in my sinuses, faintly metallic. Not unpleasant, just present, just noticeable enough to be slightly irritating in that way that makes you aware of your own breathing. My alarm didn't go off on the mornings I noticed the mirror. That was another detail I'd collected, though I hadn't assembled it into any meaningful pattern yet. The alarm was set. I checked this compulsively, but on these particular mornings, it simply never sounded. The phone would sit dark and silent on my nightstand, and I would wake with the knowledge that I'd already slept through the time I should have woken up. Not panicked waking. Calm, settled, as if the extra minutes were a gift I'd been given without requesting it. The bedside table was small, walnut, and held very little. The phone, a glass of water from the night before that, had developed a faint film of dust on its surface. A book I'd been not quite reading for 6 months. The water glass was positioned 3 inches from the lamp's base, a distance I'd never consciously chosen, but apparently maintained without thinking. Everything on that table had its place, its precise location. I knew this the way you know the exact geography of your own hand without looking at it. I could smell the apartment, not in a sharp way, but in the subtle register that you only access during these half-awake hours, when your sense of smell is heightened and your cognitive filter is lowered. There was the faint ghost of coffee from the previous day, embedded in the kitchen fibers, though I'd cleaned the machine thoroughly. There was the particular scent of my own sleeping self, not sweat, exactly, but something organic and warm that rises from under blankets. There was the smell of the building itself, that permanent undertone that exists in all older structures. Old wood, dust that is settled into corners and will never entirely be displaced by cleaning. The faint mineral smell of old plumbing and walls. My hands lay on top of the sheets. I became aware of them gradually, the way you become aware of a song that's been playing for a while in another room. They looked like they belonged to someone slightly older than me, or perhaps someone more tired. The skin had that particular quality of pre-dawn skin, slightly translucent, with an almost bluish cast. My fingernails were clean, cut short. I'd done this myself 3 days ago, sitting on this same bed with these same hands. I remembered the small, sharp sound the nail clippers made, that specific percussive click that seemed too loud in the quiet apartment. The door to my bedroom was open approximately 4 inches. I could see the hallway beyond, the continuation of the same moth-wing gray that dominated the bedroom. The hallway was longer than it should have been, or so it sometimes seemed. The proportions of my apartment had never quite matched the original floor plan I'd seen when I first rented it. The hallway's length appeared to shift depending on the time of day or the angle from which I viewed it. In this dawn light, it stretched longer than I remembered it being. Not dramatically, just enough to register as slightly off. Everything in that moment before the mirror, the weight of the sheets, the quality of the air, the muted colors of early morning, the geometric precision of objects on the nightstand, the knowledge that time had passed while I slept, but also hadn't passed, that the morning had arrived but was somehow still arriving. Everything held that quality of a held breath, like the apartment itself was waiting, not for me to wake up, for something else. Something that required my sleeping state to be perfect, undisturbed, proceeding along its usual trajectory until the moment it needed something different. The mirror was visible from my bed if I turned my head to the right. I hadn't turned my head yet. Or I had and didn't remember. The distinction had begun to feel less important, and left anything on the walls. I spend as much time as possible outside of it. The shower works fine. The water flows normally, and there are no wet footprints except the ones I make. The mirror is just a mirror. But there's a detail that won't leave. A small thing that I've turned over in my mind every day since I left. And I can't make it fit into any explanation, can't rationalize it into something normal. When Morgan went up to my apartment to get my things, she came back with the suitcase fully packed. She brought winter clothes even though it's September. She brought things from the back of my closet that I don't wear, that I haven't worn in years. A coat from college, a sweater I'd forgotten I owned, a shirt with a stain on it that I'd kept meaning to throw away. She brought things that were folded precisely, the way I fold them, the way I've always folded them. But there were also things that were folded differently. Several items were rolled instead of folded, compacted into tight cylinders in a way I would never pack them. And Morgan swore she didn't pack them like that they were already rolled when she was gathering my things. She wouldn't have known to pack them that way. No one close to me packs like that. I've never been able to figure out who did. The strange thing is that I'm not afraid anymore. Fear requires you to believe that something is haunting you, something external and separate and other. But I'm starting to understand that fear is the wrong word for what I feel when I think about my old apartment. When I think about that shower. When I think about the mirror showing me getting dressed before I wake up. It's not fear. It's recognition. It's the feeling you get when you realize that something you've been living beside the whole time. Something that knows your routines, your habits, the precise geometry of how you move through space, has finally been given enough attention to become real, to become visible, to become patient enough to wait for the exact moment you realize it's been there all along, closer than any shadow. as familiar as your own reflection. I found out this morning that someone has moved into my old apartment. New tenant, new lease. The landlord called to ask if I'd left anything behind. I told him no. I'd taken everything I needed. But this is the detail that sits with me now, the one I can't quite reconcile. I've been living in my new studio for 3 weeks. I've showered in the new bathroom 16 times. The water is always the normal temperature. The tiles are always dry except where I've wet them. But twice now, I've noticed footprints that aren't mine. Twice the damp floor has held impressions from feet that must have walked there while I was at work, while I was asleep, while I was somewhere else in the city trying to convince myself that I'm the only one living in my life. The footprints are always dry by the time I see them, already beginning to fade, but they're always there. Story 2. I keep finding dinner plates set for people I don't know. I found a dinner plate set at my kitchen table this morning, and I have no memory of placing it there. The plate was positioned with precision, white ceramic, the kind I buy from the restaurant supply store downtown, sturdy, unmarked, the sort that blends seamlessly with everything else I own. It sat centered on a cream-colored placemat that I recognized immediately as mine, though I couldn't remember taking it out of the drawer. Beside the plate lay a linen napkin, folded into a careful rectangle. Next to that, a water glass, filled halfway. Beads of condensation already forming on its surface. I stood in my doorway between the bedroom and kitchen, still in the loose shirt I'd slept in, and I looked at the table the way you might look at something that's moved in your peripheral vision, trying to reconstruct exactly what you saw. The apartment was very quiet. It's always quiet on weekday mornings before I log on. This is my routine. The small architecture of silence I've built around the hours I work from home. The radiator under the kitchen window wasn't hissing yet. No one else was here. I live alone in this apartment. 3rd floor of a converted brownstone, in a neighborhood where the buildings still have their original character, which means high ceilings that amplify every sound, wood floors that creak with personalities of their own, and hallways narrow enough that you have to turn sideways in certain places to move efficiently. I've lived here for 3 years. I know its sounds. I know its rhythms. I know what I did last night, or at least I thought I did. The evening had been unremarkable. I'd finished work around 6, eaten a quick meal at this same table, pasta with jarred sauce, a glass of wine, while reading something on my phone that I've since completely forgotten. I'd cleaned up immediately afterward, because this is what I do. The discipline of it keeps the space from feeling too large, too empty. I'd taken a shower. I'd spent an hour on the couch with a book, though I'd only read 3 pages before the characters stopped making sense and I'd given up. I'd gone to bed around 11, which is early for me, but felt right given the gray quality of the day. The kind of day that makes you want to retreat. And then I was awake, light already pushing through the thin curtains of my bedroom window, the particular brightness of early autumn morning. The alarm hadn't gone off yet. I have one set for 7:30. A habit from years of working in an office, though it's unnecessary now and I mostly just silence it and lie still for a few more minutes. Except this morning, I hadn't lain still. I'd gotten up, put my feet on the cold hardwood, and come into the kitchen for coffee. Moving through the ritual without thinking. The way you walk to a bathroom in the middle of the night without turning on lights. And I'd found the table set. Now, I was trying to remember if there was a gap in the evening that I wasn't accounting for, a stretch of time that might have blurred or compressed without my noticing. I'd heard at some point that everyone loses minutes here and there in daily life, small gaps that your brain glosses over so efficiently that you're never even aware they're missing. But this wasn't a gap of minutes. This was a placemat, a napkin, a glass of water, a plate. This was intention. I reached toward the table and stopped. I think I was afraid to touch it. This reaction surprised me. There was nothing ominous about the scene. It was a place setting, nothing more. Something my own hands had presumably arranged, even if I couldn't remember it. The rational explanation was immediate and obvious. I'd said it while already half asleep, moving through the apartment in that liminal state between waking and dreams where people do strange things without recording them. Muscle memory acting independently. The body on autopilot. I'd even done it before, years ago, when I was working terrible hours at the design firm. My roommate had found me once in our kitchen at 2 a.m, wiping down the counters methodically with no recollection of leaving bed. So I had set the table. I had done this. But the water glass was still cold, and I couldn't reconstruct the moment, no matter how hard I reached back into the previous evening. I couldn't feel the memory of it, even at the periphery. Even as that strange floating sensation people report from lost time. I made my coffee using the French press that lives on the counter beside the stove. The ritual was comforting. The sound of water boiling, the smell of grounds blooming, the 4-minute wait that has become as essential to my morning as breathing. My apartment occupies the top floor of the brownstone, and from the kitchen window I can see the fire escape of the building across the street, the blank window of the apartment opposite mine. That window was dark now, and blank, and reflected nothing. The coffee was ready. I poured a cup into one of my actual drinking mugs, not the place-setting plate, which I was avoiding without consciously deciding to avoid it, and I sat at the sofa by the window, the furthest point in the apartment from the kitchen table. This was a Tuesday. I had a video call at 9 with a client in Portland. I had 3 concepts to present that I'd finished late yesterday afternoon. The work was solid. I knew this without rereading it. I work the same way every time, methodically, building to the deadline, refining in the final hours until the work stops being something I'm making and becomes something that simply exists, complete and separate from me. I opened my laptop and pulled up the files while I drank the coffee. The morning came into focus the way it always did. The space around the kitchen table receded. By the time I'd showered and dressed and moved my coffee cup to the desk in my bedroom where I set up my workspace, the incident had already begun to feel like something I'd imagined, or dreamed, or misremembered. The place setting was still there when I glanced toward the kitchen doorway, visible in the gap between the frame and the open door. It looked slightly less real now, like a prop, like something from a photograph of someone else's apartment. By the time I'd logged off after the call, which went well, the client loved the first concept, barely looked at the other two. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon, and I'd convinced myself to check on the table. The plate was gone. So was the placemat. The napkin was gone. The glass had been removed, rinsed, and placed upside down on the dish rack beside the sink. I stood in the center of my kitchen, turning a slow circle, trying to locate the placemat in a logical location. Perhaps I'd put it away when I wasn't thinking about it. Perhaps this was routine, something I did with placemats after a meal. Something I'd built into my morning so long ago that it had become automatic, invisible to my own mind. But I rarely used placemats. I've always been careless with surfaces. I eat standing up half the time, or at the couch, or directly over the sink. Setting a proper table felt like performance, like I was waiting for someone to inspect the space and approve. There was no placemat in the drawer where they lived. I didn't spend much time worrying about it. This was, I told myself, the most logical explanation. The sleepwalking theory held up. My body had executed some nocturnal task, some phantom dinner service, and then cleaned up after itself. People did this. The mind did this. It would not happen again. I made myself lunch, eating standing at the counter, looking out the kitchen window at the fire escape, at the dark window of the opposite building. No one looked back. The afternoon moved toward evening in the way afternoons do when you're focused on work and the light outside is unreliable. I finished the day's tasks by 5:30. I was efficient. I was fine. The strange morning had already taken on the quality of a small embarrassment, the kind of thing you don't really want to examine too closely. I made dinner. Something simple, something I could eat quickly, because the evening always feels long to me, and I like to be finished with the practical parts by 6 o'clock if I can manage it. Then the real hours of the night could begin, the hours where the apartment was fully mine. By 7, I was settled on the couch with my book, the one I'd abandoned the night before, and I was rereading the sections I'd failed to absorb, trying to find the thread again. The window across the street remained dark. The radiator was hissing softly, a rhythmic, almost comforting sound. Everything was in order. Everything was as it should be. I slept deeply that night, dreamlessly, the kind of sleep that feels like an interruption rather than a rest. And when I woke Wednesday morning and made my coffee, I found that someone or something had set the table again. This time there were 2 plates. I stood very still in the kitchen doorway, my coffee mug suspended halfway to my lips. 2 plates. Placemats beneath them, 2 different ones I realized. One was pale linen with a thin blue border. The other was a darker cream color, almost ivory, with what looked like a woven texture. Both materials I did not own. Both materials I had never seen before. They were positioned across from each other at the small table, not at angles, not casual. directly opposite, as if two people were meant to sit there and face one another across some intimate conversation or meal. I set my mug down on the counter with more force than I intended. The previous morning had a rational explanation. Sleepwalking, the fragmented logic of a sleeping mind, muscle memory performing some obsolete ritual from childhood. But I had not slept as deeply last night, or so I told myself. I had been conscious throughout, hadn't I? I would have remembered the act of rising, of moving through the apartment in darkness, of setting these specific items. Would I? The doubt crept in sideways. I had read about parasomnia, about how the sleeping brain could be cunning, could perform complex tasks while the conscious mind remained utterly absent, about how you could wake with no knowledge of what your body had done in the dark. But the placemats. I walked to the table and stood above the two plates. The ceramic was smooth, cool when I touched it, the kind of white plate that came in sets that you could buy anywhere. Nothing distinctive, nothing I recognized. I turned them over. No markings on the bottom, no manufacturer's stamp, just blank white ceramic like a dozen other plates. I opened the cabinets above the sink. 3 plates looked back at me, the ones I actually owned, chipped on one edge, mismatched in subtle ways. I had inherited them from the previous tenant who had left them behind, and I had never bothered to replace them. I did not own the plates on the table. The realization sat in my stomach like something cold. I stood there, holding my own cabinet door open, staring at the evidence that these were not mine, that someone had brought them here, that someone had been in my apartment while I slept. I should have felt fear. I knew that. I should have felt the sharp spike of genuine alarm. Instead, what I felt was a kind of stubborn incredulity, the mental equivalent of pressing on a sore tooth to see if it would hurt again. There had to be an explanation. I checked the locks. The deadbolt was secured. The chain hung unmolested in its slot. The windows were latched from the inside, sealed shut with the kind of old paint that would have cracked if they'd been opened recently. Nothing forced, nothing disturbed. I made the coffee I had started to make. I stood in my small kitchen in the pale morning light, and I drank it, and I did not think about the plates. By mid-morning I had decided I would remove them. No ceremony, no investigation, just put them away. If my sleeping self was staging these scenarios, then my waking self could simply undo them. It was straightforward. It was manageable. I dried them carefully. They were not wet, had not been used, and I opened every cabinet in the kitchen. There was no empty space where they might have come from. No shelf suddenly lighter. I checked the bedroom closets, the linen cabinet in the bathroom, the shelves in my small entryway where I kept books and old containers. Nothing, no evidence of where these plates had originated. I placed them in the largest box I could find, a delivery box from a package that had arrived weeks ago, and I stored it in the back of my bedroom closet, behind the hanging clothes where I would not see it, out of sight. A problem solved through simple displacement. Wednesday passed normally. I worked. I ate a real dinner at the table, one of my own chipped plates, sitting alone at the place where the two had been. I read. I maintained a kind of deliberate normalcy. That night, I slept with the bedroom door open. Not because I thought it would matter, not because I was genuinely afraid. I told myself it was just an experiment, a way to monitor the apartment. If my body rose and moved through the darkness, I would wake. I was almost certain of that. The mind was rarely so disconnected that it could completely disguise movement from itself. But on Thursday morning, I found the box. It was not in my closet anymore. It was in the living room, pushed against the far wall near the window that looked out onto the fire escape. It was opened. The 2 plates, all the placemats were gone. Instead, there were 4 new ones. 4 fresh placemats, arranged in a square pattern on my living room floor. Red linen, blue linen. Something that looked like burlap but softer, and one that was patterned with small white flowers on a dark background. 4 placemats, no plates. Just the mats themselves, positioned with what felt like geometric precision, each corner aligned to some invisible grid. I had not heard it. I had not woken to any sound, any disturbance. The apartment had remained completely silent while this happened. I spent Thursday morning on the edge of a decision. I could call someone, the landlord, a friend, someone with authority or sense. I could describe what was happening and invite their rational perspective. Or I could examine this myself, could try to make sense of it through my own logic before I exposed it to scrutiny. There was something in me that resisted the idea of bringing in witnesses. Some instinct, perhaps, that understood this was not meant to be shared, that this was a private matter unfolding in my private space. The idea of explaining the placemats to another person felt exposing in a way that went beyond simple embarrassment. So I gathered them up, the 4 placemats, and I put them in the box as well. And I taped the box shut. And I placed it outside my apartment, on the landing, hoping the trash would be collected and the problem would be removed from my life. It was not rational, but neither was any of this. Friday arrived pale and cold. I woke without alarm, without any sense that something had shifted in the night. The apartment was as it always was. My coffee tasted like coffee. The window was still dark, and on the table, my small table where I ate my breakfast alone, there were 3 placemats. 3, arranged in a triangle, each one a color I had never seen before in my apartment. Deep teal, soft gray, something between purple and brown that had no name. No plates, no box, no evidence of how they arrived, just the 3 mats waiting for me in the morning light. I did not gather them up. I did not move them. I stared at them for a long time, and then I sat down on the couch with my coffee, and I did not look at the table again for the rest of the day. By evening, a question had formed in my mind, fully articulated and impossible to unask. What if this was not happening to me, but for me? What if the activity in my apartment was not an intrusion, but an invitation? I rejected the thought immediately. It was the kind of paranoid ideation that could spiral if you let it. It was the kind of idea that created monsters from small inconsistencies. But the question remained, tethered to me now, something I would carry with me into the darkness. That night, I did not sleep with the bedroom door open. I locked it. Saturday morning, I found 6 of them. 6 placemats arranged in a circle around my bedroom floor. Not in the living room anymore, not downstairs where I could pretend they belonged to some other space, some other narrative. They were in here, in the room where I slept, where I had locked the door. The door was still locked. I checked the lock first thing, my hand trembling on the cold metal. The bolt was engaged. The chain was fastened. There was no other way in or out except the window, which had never been opened, which I would have heard, which faced nothing but a 6-story drop to concrete. And yet the placemats were here. I stood very still in the doorway, taking them in. Each one was different, fabrics I did not recognize, colors that seemed to shift slightly when I looked away and then back again, a deep crimson that felt almost wet, a gray so pale it was almost translucent, one that appeared to be woven from something that resembled hair, though I would not touch it to confirm. There was no door I had not locked, no window that had not been sealed. The placemats had materialized in a room I had secured against intrusion, and I had slept through it. I had lain in my bed, perhaps 5 feet away, and whatever was doing this had worked in the darkness around me. I did not call anyone. I did not text. I did not break the silence that had become the only honest thing in my apartment. Instead, I moved the mats to the hallway, stacked them haphazardly, and I went downstairs to the basement. The basement of my building is the kind of place that exists in every older structure, a space of pipes and electrical boxes, of boxes left behind by people who moved years ago, of corners that never quite get light. I found an empty cabinet, metal and old, and I placed all 6 mats inside it and closed the door. I told myself this was containment. I told myself this was a boundary. I was lying. Saturday afternoon I went out. I walked the neighborhood with no destination, moving through streets I knew, past stores and familiar corners, trying to build the sensation of normalcy back into my body. By evening, I was tired enough to think that perhaps exhaustion had created a glitch in my perception. Perhaps I had moved the mats myself and forgotten. Perhaps my mind was kindly offering me an alternative explanation to the one that did not fit. I came home to a cold apartment. The sun was setting orange and harsh. On my kitchen counter, arranged in a line, were 4 new placemats. 4. I had not seen them before. The style was different, more uniform, more deliberately chosen. They looked professional, almost, like the kind of set someone might order specifically. And they were waiting for me in a row, perfectly aligned, each one overlapping the next by exactly the same distance. I felt something shift in my chest. Not fear. I was beyond fear now. It was something else. A recognition, the feeling of understanding a language you did not know you spoke. I sat at the kitchen table and I looked at the 4 placemats, and I did not move them. I left them exactly where they were. And I made myself dinner, and I ate it standing up, and I left the mats untouched on the counter. That night I could not lock my bedroom door. I tried. The lock would not engage. I tried 3 times, the bolt sliding back easily both ways, but when I attempted to turn the key, something inside the mechanism would not catch. Not jammed, not broken, simply non-functional in that one direction. I slept with the door open. I did not sleep well. Sunday morning arrived with an awful clarity. There were 8 placemats, not in the bedroom, not in the hallway. They were throughout the apartment, 2 in the bathroom, arranged on the tile floor in front of the sink, 3 in the bedroom, on the bed itself, spread out like someone was making space, 2 on the kitchen table, 1 on the bookshelf, placed carefully between the spines of 2 books. And in the center of the living room, standing upright against the far wall, was the original table. The one I had moved weeks ago, the one I had pushed to the fire escape window and then removed from the apartment entirely. It was back. It was positioned exactly where it had been at the beginning. And it was set, not with placemats, with plates. 8 plates, arranged around the table in 8 empty chairs that I did not own, that had never existed in my apartment. The plates were white ceramic, ordinary and clean. There was a glass at each setting. There were folded napkins in shades of gray and blue. The table was set for dinner. I sat on my couch. I had been standing since I woke, and I stared at this tableau, the table, the 8 chairs that were not there, but whose absence was so perfectly articulated by the space around them that I could see them as clearly as if they were solid. The plates waiting, the glass surfaces reflecting the pale morning light. The apartment smelled different, had smelled different for days. Maybe not bad, just different, like someone else had been present, like the air had been breathed by another person. I understood then that the placemats had been preparation, all of them. Every one that had arrived in my apartment, every mat I had gathered and discarded and locked away. They had been setting the stage. They had been trying to tell me something. 8 placemats, 8 plates, 8 empty spaces, 8 people who were not here but should have been. The invitation I had rejected on Thursday had not been rescinded. It had only grown more specific, more insistent. The question that had formed in my mind, what if this was not happening to me, but for me, had found its answer in the silence of my apartment, in the arrangement of items on a table I had tried to remove, in the presence of absence that had become so dense it was almost physical. I did not move the table. I did not move the placemats or the plates or any of the invisible chairs. I made myself leave the apartment. I went to a coffee shop, and I sat in the corner, and I did not look at my phone. I did not call anyone. I existed in public space, surrounded by people, and felt completely alone. When I returned home at dark, the table was still there. The place settings remained. And I noticed for the first time that there was a place at the table, 1 chair, 1 plate, 1 glass. A 9th setting, distinct from the others, positioned at the head of the table. It was facing toward the couch where I sat. It was facing me. I stopped going to work on Wednesday. Not consciously, not the way you decide something. It was more like the decision was made by absence itself. I woke and understood that I could not sit in an office beneath fluorescent lights and pretend that the ordinary world still contained me. My supervisor called. I did not answer. An email arrived, then 2, then a folder's worth of messages that I did not open. I was still employed in theory. In practice, I had already departed. The table was still there. I moved through the apartment like I was visiting a museum dedicated to my own life. The kitchen, the same refrigerator, the same narrow counter, but everything felt unfamiliar now, as though the space had been very slightly rearranged while I wasn't looking. The bedroom, my clothes in the closet, my books on the shelves, but the angles seemed wrong somehow, too sharp. The bathroom, the mirror, showed me a face that was still mine but moving a half-second behind my own movements. The placemats had vanished. All of them. I had expected to spend days gathering them again, hunting through drawers and closets, but on Thursday morning when I opened my eyes, they were simply gone. The apartment had absorbed them. There was no trace that they had ever existed except in my memory, which had become a slippery thing, unreliable in the way that memories become unreliable when you have spent too long alone. The table remained. The 8 empty chairs remained. The 9th setting, the one facing the couch, the one that seemed to wait for me, remained exactly as it had been. The white plates did not collect dust. The glasses did not fog or film over. The napkins did not crease or fade. They existed in a state of perfect readiness, as if they had been placed that morning, as if at any moment someone might arrive to pull out the chairs and sit down. I began to think of it as company, not in the way you think of company as presence, more like the way a photograph is company, a memory is company, a story you tell yourself when the silence becomes too heavy. The table filled the apartment with a kind of attention that was almost comforting. I would make coffee in the morning, and the table would be there waiting. I would sit on the couch at night, and I could feel it, watching me the way an animal watches from across a room. Patient, interested, without judgment. I started to set food on the plate that faced me. Nothing elaborate. A sandwich one day. Toast with jam another. A bowl of cereal that I did not eat. I would place it on that 9th plate and then sit on the couch and wait, feeling ridiculous and deeply, profoundly rational at the same time. The food would remain untouched. Of course it would. And yet something about the ritual felt necessary, felt true. On Saturday, or perhaps it was Sunday, the days had begun to blur into a single continuous present. I found myself speaking aloud. "I'm sorry," I said. My voice sounded strange in the apartment, too real, too immediate. "I'm sorry I didn't come." The table did not respond. The empty chairs held their absence perfectly still. "I don't know who you are," I continued. "I don't know what this is supposed to mean. But I'm sorry. Nothing changed. Everything changed. I could feel the difference the way you feel a change in air pressure before a storm, not visible, but absolutely present. The table seemed to settle more completely into the space it occupied. The plates seemed to gleam a little brighter. The 9th setting, the one that faced me, seemed to lean forward slightly, as if leaning in to listen. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the couch and I watched the table, and the table seemed to watch me in return. And somewhere in that mutual observation, something that had been wound tight inside me began to loosen. By Monday, I had accepted it, not understood it. Acceptance is not understanding. Acceptance is what comes when you stop trying to make sense of something and simply allow it to be true. The table was part of my apartment now, more truly part of it than any furniture I had purchased or chosen. It had always been there. It would always be there. This was simply something that was true about my life now, the way it is true that I was born, the way it is true that I will die. I called my supervisor. I told her I was not coming back. She asked if I was all right. The question felt obscene. What does all right mean? What does it measure? I told her yes and hung up before she could ask anything else. The apartment was quieter after that. Quieter in the way that a house can be quiet when all the electricity has been shut off. A profound absence of the hum that you did not know you were hearing until it was gone. I began to notice small things. The way light fell through the windows in the late afternoon, catching the rim of one of the glasses at an angle that made it seem to glow. The way the folded napkins cast tiny shadows on the white plates. The way the air in the room seemed to move around the table rather than through it, as if the furniture was displacing something that had no name and no shape. I stopped trying to understand why the ninth setting faced M#, additional middle section the apartment, held a particular kind of silence that I'd never noticed before, the kind that seems to press inward rather than merely fill a space. It wasn't quiet in the way silence usually is. There was texture to it, a density, as if the air itself had weight. I moved through the living room slowly, aware suddenly of every sound my body made, the whisper of my shirt against my ribs, the soft click of my jaw when I swallowed, the faint hum that might have been the refrigerator or might have been something in my own head. The dining table caught the afternoon light in a way that made me pause. The plates were still there, exactly as I'd left them. 3 places set with that careful precision. I pulled out a chair and sat across from the empty seat, the one at the head, and tried to examine the arrangement with fresh eyes, as if I were seeing it for the first time. The dishes were my own. I'd verified that twice already, running my fingers along the rim of each one, checking for some flaw in my memory. But there was something almost ceremonial about how they'd been arranged. The spacing between them felt intentional, geometric. I measured the distance with my eyes, from plate to plate, and found myself calculating angles, proportions, as if the table itself was trying to communicate something in a language I'd forgotten how to read. I reached toward the middle plate without thinking, my hand moving on its own, and then stopped. The moment my fingers came close, not quite touching, I felt something. Not a physical sensation, but a kind of disturbance in the air, a subtle shift in temperature or pressure. It was so faint I couldn't have sworn to it, couldn't have described it to anyone without sounding unmoored from reality. But it was there. I pulled my hand back and pressed it flat against the table instead. The wood was cool, slightly damp. I hadn't noticed that before. I ran my palm across the surface toward the center, and the dampness seemed to increase slightly, though when I lifted my hand to look, there was nothing visible, no shine or discoloration. The wood looked exactly as it always did, scarred with coffee rings marked by years of ordinary use. But the sensation remained on my skin, a settled moistness, like the air just before a storm. I stood and walked to the kitchen window. The view was unchanged, the familiar street below. The building across the way with its dark windows, the fire escape I'd never seen anyone use. The afternoon was turning gray at the edges. It was that time of day when the light becomes indecisive, when the sun hasn't quite committed to leaving, but has already begun to withdraw. The shadows in the street below seemed deeper than they had this morning, pooling in corners where they shouldn't, darkening the alcoves between buildings. My apartment had always felt like a refuge from that external uncertainty, the world compressed into right angles and familiar surfaces. But now, standing at the window, I became aware of how thin the boundary was. Glass and frame. That was all that separated me from the increasing dimness outside. I could feel the cold radiating from the window pane, and I realized I hadn't turned on any lights in the apartment. The gloom was becoming more than a quality of the afternoon. It was becoming a presence. I moved away from the window and toward the hallway. I wasn't planning to go anywhere in particular. The movement was automatic, the way a body seeks light, instinctively. But the hallway was darker than the living room, despite being lined with 3 doors that faced the corridor of the building beyond. The light from the corridor seemed unable to penetrate. It stopped at the threshold as if repelled. The walls of my hallway had always felt close. I'd noticed that before in passing, the way you notice that a room has bad proportions or that a ceiling is low. But standing in that dimming light, I became acutely aware of them. The walls seemed to compress the space, creating a tunnel effect that made the few feet of hallway feel longer than it was. I walked its length slowly, and each step seemed to increase the distance, as if the corridor was expanding around me, withdrawing from my approach. My bedroom door was closed. I didn't remember closing it. I was fairly certain I hadn't. I rarely did, preferring to leave it slightly ajar so that light from the living room could drift in and keep the space from feeling too sealed off. But it was closed now, the wood dark and smooth, featureless. I stopped in front of it without opening it, my hand raised to the knob. The hallway around me was very quiet. I could hear my breathing, shallow and controlled, and beneath that, another sound that I might have been imagining. A very faint rustling, like fabric moving against fabric, or pages of a book being turned in another room. The sound seemed to come from behind the closed door, from within the darkness of my bedroom, or from inside the walls, or from inside my own head. That last option had begun to feel increasingly plausible. I lowered my hand without opening the door and retraced my steps toward the living room. The apartment seemed to shift around me as I moved, not visibly, not in any way I could document or prove, but in a way that felt deeply real to my body, to some instinctive sense I'd never had to think about before. The walls appeared to be in slightly different positions than they had been minutes earlier. The doorways seemed to open at subtly different angles. The light from the windows had changed its quality, becoming less illuminating and more like a wash of color across surfaces that seemed to resist its touch. I returned to the dining room and looked at the table again. The plates seemed to have shifted. I knew that was impossible. No one had moved them, but they appeared somehow to have rearranged themselves fractionally. The spacing between them was different, or perhaps my perception of the spacing had changed. One of the forks was positioned differently, angled slightly toward the center of the table, as if someone had just set it down. The napkins, which had been folded into neat rectangles, now held a subtle asymmetry that hadn't been there before. I pulled out a chair and sat down at one of the place settings, not the central one, but one of the side positions. I wanted to see what it would be like to sit here, to occupy one of these prepared spaces, to try to understand the intention behind the preparation, if intention was even the right word. The chair was uncomfortable in a way that seemed deliberate. The back was too upright, the seat slightly too hard. I shifted my weight and felt the resistance of the wood, unyielding beneath me. It occurred to me that these might not be the best chairs for actual dining, despite being the ones I'd always used. They were the kind of chairs that made you aware of your posture, that discouraged lingering. From this angle, I could see the place setting in front of me more clearly. The plate seemed to capture the dimming light in a peculiar way, creating a slight gleam across its surface that appeared and disappeared as my eyes moved. The glass beside it was clean, empty, waiting. The silverware was arranged with precision, fork on the left, knife and spoon on the right. It was so perfectly correct, so absolutely proper that it felt wrong. It felt like an imitation of dining, a stage set made to resemble the real thing. I became aware then of a smell. It was very faint, almost below the threshold of conscious perception, but it was there, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar. It reminded me of something, an old book, perhaps, or dust that had been given the faintest trace of perfume. It seemed to emanate from the table itself, or perhaps from the kitchen beyond. I tried to locate its source more precisely, but couldn't. The more I concentrated on it, the more elusive it became, fading toward imperceptibility and then strengthening again. The light outside the windows continued to diminish. I hadn't turned on any lamps, and the apartment was becoming genuinely dark now. The kind of darkness that comes before evening proper, when the day has truly surrendered, but the night hasn't yet begun in earnest. Everything took on a gray-blue tint, and the shadows in the corners of the room became absolute, featureless voids. I remained in the chair, unable to summon the will to move. My hands rested on the table, and I became aware of the texture of the wood beneath my palms, the grain, the slight variations in smoothness, the cold that seemed to emanate from it in steady rhythmic pulses, like a very slow heartbeat. Above me, the space of the apartment stretched away into silence and gathering darkness. The empty chairs at the table seemed to hold my attention with increasing force. I couldn't stop looking at them. The one across from me, the one to my right, the one at the head of the table with its slightly elevated position. Each one was a perfect mirror of emptiness, an absence so complete that it felt like a presence. It was as if the people who should have been sitting there were being held in a space just adjacent to perception, visible in peripheral vision but invisible when looked at directly. I ran my tongue across my teeth and tasted dust. The apartment settled around me with a sound like a long exhalation. I thought instead about what it meant that it did. An invitation? A judgment? An acknowledgment? The answer seemed to shift depending on the hour of the day, the quality of the light, the particular shape of my loneliness at that moment. 3 weeks, or perhaps 3 months, I had stopped marking the days. I found a 9th napkin on the couch beside me. It was the same blue-gray as the others, perfectly folded, placed with care and intention as if someone had sat down next to me while I slept and arranged it there. I did not move it. I did not pick it up to examine it. I simply let it exist in the space next to me, and I felt something like gratitude, or like the memory of gratitude, or like the shadow that gratitude casts on a wall when the light is very low and the room is very still. The window was open slightly. I could not remember opening it, and the city sounds came through, distant and muffled. Cars, voices, a siren that seemed to be calling from very far away. But underneath those sounds, or perhaps woven through them, was something else, a kind of frequency, a hum that I had never heard before and could not stop hearing now. It seemed to come from the direction of the table, but when I turned to look, I saw only the white plates, the folded napkins, the empty chairs, the 9th setting facing me, waiting as it had always waited, patient in the way that important things are patient when they know they have already won. I picked up the 9th napkin from the couch. I stood. I walked to the table. I sat down in the 9th chair, the one that faced toward the couch, the one that had been arranged to face me for so long. The plate before me was empty. The glass was empty. The napkin, my napkin now, I suppose, though I did not choose it and it did not choose me. We simply arrived at the same moment and found ourselves together, lay folded beneath my hands. From where I sat, I could see the whole apartment, the couch where I had spent so many hours, the kitchen beyond it, small and efficient in waiting, the hallway that led to the bedroom, to the bathroom, to the rest of my life. And I could see, quite clearly now, the other 8 chairs, the other 8 plates, the other 8 settings that had been invisible before, but which seemed perfectly visible now, arranged around the table in a circle, all facing inward, all facing the 9th chair where I sat, all facing me. The realization did not frighten me. Perhaps it should have. Perhaps in another version of this story, in another version of myself, I would have understood this moment as something to be afraid of. But I was no longer that version. That version had disappeared the way the placemats had disappeared. That version had simply ceased to be necessary. The table seemed very solid beneath my hands, very real, very present. And when I looked down at the plate in front of me, I saw that it was no longer empty. It contained nothing I could see, nothing I could name, and yet it was full. Story 3. My office desk has notes from meetings I never attended. The fluorescent panels hum in that particular way they do at night. A sound so constant you forget it's there until you listen for it, and then it never leaves. I notice it most around 9, when the building has emptied and the sound becomes the dominant thing, more present than the darkness outside the windows. My desk is in the middle of the floor. Not the physical middle, but it feels that way some nights. Rows of cubicles stretch in every direction, their fabric walls dull gray in the overhead light. Most of them are bare, just empty desk space, a chair, maybe a monitor they've forgotten to unplug. Our department has been quieter for the last few months. People working from home mostly. I prefer being here. Fewer distractions. The office at night has a clarity to it that I've always found comforting. I was finishing up some quarterly reports. The kind of work that requires the kind of attention you can only give when no one else is around to interrupt. My coffee had gone cold an hour ago. I could taste the staleness when I took a sip without thinking. The cup still smelled like coffee beneath the chemical undertone of the break room machine. Everything in that building carried that same underlying flavor. Recycled air, carpet that had been cleaned too many times, the faint residue of 1,000 lunches eaten at desks. I remember this night specifically because I remember the quiet. Because I remember being satisfied with the work. I remember finishing the reports and thinking I might actually leave before 10 for once. That was when I saw the note. It was on top of my keyboard. I know my desk. I know what's on it and what isn't. The note was white, folded once, with my name written on the front in handwriting I recognized immediately. My own. I unfolded it slowly. The paper was slightly warm. That detail stuck with me later, though I'm not sure why. The note was brief. Morgan, good presentation today. The stakeholders were impressed with your analysis. Let's debrief tomorrow at 3. Alex, I sat there looking at it for what felt like a long time. I'm not sure what I was waiting for. For the letters to rearrange themselves into something that made sense, maybe I hadn't had a presentation. There were no stakeholders involved in my current projects, and I hadn't spoken to Alex since sometime in the previous week, a brief email exchange about a report deadline. Nothing that would generate a meeting request, certainly nothing that would warrant a good presentation note, left folded on my keyboard. I checked my calendar. I do this obsessively, I admit. My calendar is color-coded. Monday through Friday, each commitment clearly marked. The previous day was blank except for the recurring 3 o'clock team check-in, which I'd skipped because it was optional and the agenda had looked thin. I remembered specifically choosing not to go. I remembered continuing my work instead. I remembered the quiet of the empty office. Someone had made a mistake. The note wasn't for me. It had my name on it, but that was my handwriting. I knew my handwriting. I'd written it, or someone had written it, to look exactly like I would. And they'd known that Alex had been planning to meet with me. Or they'd predicted that Alex would want to. Or they were testing something. I sat back in my chair, which creaked in the way furniture creaks when it's worn out and you're suddenly noticing the sound of everything. The office was still quiet. The hum of the lights, the distant rush of the HVAC system. These were the only sounds. No one else in the building that I was aware of. The security desk downstairs would have logged me in when I arrived around 6. No one had logged in after me. I was sure of that. I turned the note over. The back was blank. I considered throwing it away. It was clearly a mistake or a prank, though the prank theory didn't make much sense. Who would come to an empty office building after hours to leave a note on my desk? Who would bother? And it wasn't the kind of prank anyone I knew would perform. It was too specific, too pointed. It lacked the crude humor that usually accompanies office pranks. Instead, I kept it. I placed it carefully in a drawer of my desk, in the small organizer where I keep the things I'm not quite ready to make decisions about. I stayed for another hour and finished the reports anyway. The work grounded me. Spreadsheets and quarterly numbers are honest. They don't contain mystery. They don't appear on your desk unexpectedly. They sit where you put them, and they're the same every time you look at them. By the time I left, I'd almost convinced myself the note was nothing. A lost piece of office mail. A memo that had somehow drifted to my desk from someone else's workstation. The kind of small failure of attention that happens in any building, any day. I locked my desk door out of habit. I locked the office door behind me. The security guard downstairs didn't look up from his desk when I passed. This was normal. We'd never spoken. The building kept our encounters professional and distant. The drive home was quiet. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the north side of the city. The route takes about 20 minutes, depending on the lights. The roads at night are mostly empty. I don't listen to music or podcasts during the drive. I like the silence and the simple task of paying attention to the road, to the other cars, to the traffic signals. It's straightforward. It's a problem I can solve just by being careful. I remember thinking about the note exactly once on the drive home. A small moment where the image of it flashed into my mind. Then I turned my attention back to the road and didn't think about it again. I went to bed at my usual time. I sleep well. Generally, I have no trouble with insomnia or racing thoughts. I'm the kind of person who falls asleep easily and wakes when the alarm goes off. My brain is efficient about these things. The next day was a Tuesday. I didn't return to the office until Wednesday evening. That's my pattern most weeks. I work from home Tuesday and Thursday, in the office Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The flexibility was one of the few things the company had done right during the restructuring. I remember arriving at my desk and immediately knowing something was different. This is something I've since questioned about myself. This ability to sense when my space has been altered. I thought I had it. Now I'm less sure. Maybe I was just looking for something to be different, and therefore I found it. There was another note on my desk. It hadn't been there when I'd left on Monday night. I was certain of that. This one wasn't folded. It was just lying there, perfectly centered on top of the keyboard, as if someone had taken time to arrange it properly. I opened it without fully preparing myself. Morgan, thanks for your honest feedback during the budget review today. The numbers you flagged are important, and I'll bring them to financial planning. Really solid work. Taylor, I read it 3 times. My handwriting. same pen, same pressure on the paper. The same slight slant to the letters that's been consistent since high school. I don't have budget review meetings, not with Taylor or anyone else. I'm not involved in the financial planning cycle. I work on quarterly analysis and report generation. Those are my responsibilities. They don't extend into budget cycles or financial strategy. I checked my calendar again. Wednesday was empty. I had worked from home. I had been in my apartment the entire day. I remembered this with absolute certainty. I remembered working in my living room, sitting on the couch with my laptop, making coffee in my own kitchen. I remembered lunch. I remembered the feeling of relief at not having to drive to the office. Someone had written this note as if I'd attended a meeting I hadn't attended. Someone who knew my handwriting well enough to replicate it perfectly. Someone with access to my desk in a locked office building. Someone who knew that Taylor would have a budget review meeting on Wednesday, and that I would be the kind of person to notice flagged numbers and provide honest feedback. I should have reported it. I should have mentioned it to someone in HR or to my manager. There was a protocol for this, a process. I thought about going to the security desk and asking to review the building logs. The camera footage from the parking lot, the records of who had entered and exited the building on Wednesday. Instead, I sat at my desk and held the note and tried to think of a reasonable explanation. The most reasonable explanation was that I had attended the meeting and had no memory of it. This was not reasonable at all. This was the least reasonable explanation, but it was the one that kept returning to my mind. I kept the note with the first one in my desk drawer. They sat there, 2 pieces of paper, both in my handwriting, both describing events that hadn't happened, or that had happened without my participation in them. The humming of the fluorescent light seemed louder that evening. I remember being very aware of the sound. I remember thinking about how it was a sound that had probably been there the whole time, and I was only now noticing it because I was frightened. I was frightened. I didn't want to admit that, but I was. I sat at my desk for another 2 hours, not working, just sitting. The rest of the building remained empty around me. No sounds of other people, no evidence of anyone else in the space. Just the hum and the darkness beyond the windows and the 2 notes locked in my drawer, written in my own hand, describing my own life diverging from what I remembered. When I finally left that night, I locked my desk drawer twice. I knew I was being paranoid. I knew that didn't matter. The drive home was quiet again. I didn't think about the notes at all. Or that's what I told myself. I told myself I was being rational. I told myself that there was an explanation coming, something simple and obvious that I was just missing. I didn't sleep well that night. Thursday morning, I made coffee and tried not to think about the notes. I had placed them in a folder in my desk drawer, separate from my regular work, which felt important for reasons I couldn't articulate. The folder was labeled personal, which seemed inadequate to the task of containing them, but it was the best I could do. The office felt different that morning. Not in any way I could point to with certainty. The walls were the same beige. The carpet still held that particular smell of industrial cleaning that had been there for the 8 months I'd worked in this building. My desk occupied the same corner position it always had, near the eastern window, close enough to the break room that I could hear the microwave, far enough that I wasn't directly in anyone's sight line. But something was different. I sat down at 9 o'clock and opened my computer. The screen flickered once before coming to life, which was unusual. It had never done that before. I moved my mouse. The cursor moved. I opened my email. There was a message from my manager, Morgan, dated this morning at 7:43 a.m. The subject line was debrief from yesterday's session. I opened it. The email was brief. Alex, good work in the meeting yesterday. Your input on the client project was solid. Let's touch base at 10 a.m. to discuss next steps. Morgan, I read it 3 times. I had not been in any meeting with Morgan yesterday. Wednesday had been scattered. I'd done expense reports, attended a quick stand-up in the morning where I'd said almost nothing, and then spent the afternoon organizing documents for a client presentation that wasn't happening until next week. No meeting with Morgan. No debrief. No discussion of client projects. But Morgan was saying there had been. I could feel the back of my neck growing warm. I could feel my heart moving in a way it shouldn't be moving during a normal morning. I looked at the clock. 9:08 a.m. 52 minutes until 10 a.m. I drafted and deleted 4 different response emails. In the end, I wrote, "Thanks, Morgan. Yes, let's touch base." I hit send before I could reconsider. Then I did something I shouldn't have done. I opened the tracking software that everyone at the company was vaguely aware existed, but no one really discussed. The one that logged when you were at your desk, when your status was active, when your idle time exceeded certain thresholds. It was a system designed to measure productivity. Most of the office ignored it entirely. I searched Wednesday's logs for my user ID. The system showed that I had been logged in from 2:14 p.m. to 3:47 p.m., entirely within the window of time that I remembered spending at my desk. The rest of the day was blank. According to the logs, I had not been active that afternoon. I was certain I had been at my desk. But the logs said no. I closed the browser. I sat very still for several minutes. Outside my window, the city moved on below us, people walking to places they'd agreed to go, doing things they could remember doing. The parking lot shifted with the morning traffic. I worked on nothing for the next 48 minutes. I opened a spreadsheet and moved numbers from one column to another without retaining any information about what the numbers meant. I responded to 2 emails about scheduling that didn't require me to think. I tried very hard to breathe normally. At 9:58, Morgan appeared at the edge of my desk. "Ready?" Morgan asked. "For what?" I said. Morgan's expression shifted slightly, a tightening around the eyes that I might have imagined. "The debrief," Morgan said. "We scheduled it this morning." "Right," I said. "Yes, of course." Morgan's office was on the floor above mine. We took the elevator, a quiet ascent that felt longer than it should have been. Morgan talked about traffic on the drive in, about a new coffee place near the building that made good lattes. I responded at the appropriate moments. My voice sounded normal. I was fairly certain my voice sounded normal. The office was a corner space with windows on 2 walls. Morgan closed the door behind us and sat at the desk. I sat in the chair across from it, the one for clients probably, or for people about to be fired. The morning light came in sideways and made it difficult to see Morgan's face clearly. "So," Morgan said, opening a folder on the desk that I didn't remember seeing before. "The client's impressed with the direction we're heading. They want to accelerate the timeline for the next phase." "Okay," I said. "You seemed really engaged in the meeting yesterday. That was good. We need people who are engaged with this account." I could feel my hands gripping the edge of the chair. "I want to talk about yesterday," I said. "Yeah, let's," Morgan said, still looking at the folder. "What time did we meet?" Morgan looked up. There was something in that look that I couldn't quite read. Something patient. The way you might look at someone who is asking a question with an obvious answer. 2:30, Morgan said. "We met in conference room B. You were there. You brought the client materials. You had that suggestion about the color palette." "I don't remember that," I said. Morgan set down the folder slowly. "You don't remember the meeting?" "I don't remember any meeting. I don't remember being in a conference room. I was at my desk." "Were you?" Morgan said. The question hung in the air between us. It was asked quietly, without malice, as a genuine question. As if Morgan wasn't certain either. "Yes," I said. "I was working on the spreadsheets." "The Thursday presentation prep, because you signed in," Morgan said. "Your access card was used to enter the building at 2:14. There's a timestamp. And you signed out at 3:47. "I didn't sign in," I said. "My card was in my desk." "It was scanned," Morgan said. "That's how the system works." I left the office at 10:27. Morgan didn't try to stop me. I said something about feeling unwell, which was technically accurate. Morgan said to take the rest of the day if I needed it, and I said thank you, and I left. In the elevator down, I tried to remember walking to Morgan's office. I tried to remember the conversation we'd just had. Not the content, but the act of having it. And I could remember it. The words were in my head. Morgan's expressions, the sunlight, the folder on the desk, all of it was there. But I couldn't remember why I wasn't there while it was happening. I went back to my desk and got the folder from my drawer. The 2 notes were still there, in my handwriting, describing things I hadn't done. I had expected, I'm not sure what I had expected, for them to be gone, for them to be in someone else's writing, for there to be an explanation written at the bottom in a different hand. There wasn't. I pulled out my phone and went to my photos. I took a picture of the notes, careful shots, the dates clearly visible. I sent them to myself in an email, then deleted the photos from my phone. I didn't know why I was doing this. I had no plan for what I would use them for. But it seemed important to have them somewhere else, some record beyond just the notes themselves. The rest of Thursday, I didn't go back upstairs. I didn't log into my computer. I sat at my desk and watched the city move outside the window, and I tried to remember everything I could about Wednesday afternoon, every moment, every sensation, every reason I was certain I had been at my desk instead of in a conference room. The memories were solid. They felt like memories. They had the weight of things that had actually happened. But the log said no. Morgan said no. And the 2 notes in my drawer said no. The drive home that evening, I started noticing other things. The route I took was the same route I always took. East on Harbor, then north on 5th, then west toward the residential streets where I lived. I'd driven it maybe 200 times since I started the job. It was automatic. I didn't think about it. But this time, I noticed that the stoplight at Harbor and 5th seemed longer than I remembered. I timed it on my phone. 2 minutes and 30 seconds from red to green. That seemed extremely long. I couldn't remember the last time I'd actually paid attention to how long it was. Maybe it was always this long. Maybe I was just noticing it now. I drove past the apartment building where I live, a 4-story converted Victorian house divided into 8 units. I've lived in Unit C for just over a year. The parking situation is tight. I park in the designated space in the back lot, the one with my apartment number stenciled on the asphalt in faded white paint. My car wasn't there. I drove around the block slowly, checking the secondary lot, the street parking, the alley that runs behind the building. No sign of my car. I pulled back around to the front of the building and parked in the guest space and sat very still. My car had been there this morning. I had driven it to work. I could remember the drive, the music I'd listened to, the coffee I'd gotten from the drive-through place on the way the sun was angled through the windshield. I had driven home in it just now. I was currently sitting in it. But the space where I parked was empty, as if I'd never been assigned a space at all, as if no one had ever parked there regularly. I got out of the car and walked to the back lot. The paint on the asphalt where my space was marked was slightly worn, the way asphalt gets worn from tires parking on top of it regularly. But the numbers were barely visible. If you weren't looking for them, you wouldn't see them. I walked back to my car and sat in the driver's seat, both hands on the steering wheel, and I focused on breathing. There were reasonable explanations for this. The system could be malfunctioning. The lot management could have reassigned spaces without notifying me. I could be misremembering which space was mine. These were all possible. These were all the kinds of things that happened in ordinary life, the small administrative confusions that occurred when you lived in the world with other people and systems. But they were all happening at the same time. And I couldn't shake the feeling that this was wrong in a specific way. Not just wrong, but wrong in a way that made sense. The way that nightmares make sense while you're having them, with their own internal logic that feels completely reasonable until you wake up. I stayed in my car for 40 minutes. When I finally went inside my apartment, I took a long shower and tried not to think about the fact that I couldn't clearly remember the day I'd just lived. I knew I'd gone to work. I knew I'd been at my desk. I knew that Morgan had met with me, even though I had also been somewhere else at the same time. Both things were true. Both things had definitely happened. I was very tired. I lay in bed and tried to remember the specifics of the morning. Not the drive to work, but before that. Had I made breakfast? Had I brushed my teeth? Had I put on the clothes I was currently wearing? Or had I changed into them at some point during the day? The answers should have been obvious. The answers should have been routine. But I had to think about each one, and even then, I wasn't certain. Friday morning came quiet and gray. I didn't go to the office. I sent an email to Morgan saying I was taking a personal day, and Morgan approved it immediately with a message that just said sure thing. No question about how long I'd be out. No request for details. I sat at my kitchen table and opened a document on my laptop and typed out everything I could remember about the past 3 days. Every moment I could access, every conversation, every detail of the physical world around me. I typed for 4 hours, building a timeline, trying to identify where the breaks were, where my memory diverged from the evidence of what had actually happened. The document was 17 pages long, and when I finished reading it through, I realized that I couldn't prove any of it. The notes were in my handwriting. The logs confirmed what Morgan said. My car had been registered as present in my parking space every night I'd come home, even though I had no memory of it being gone. And everything I remembered, all of it, could just be false, could just be things I'd constructed after the fact, to fill in the gaps where reality had been altered. I couldn't trust my memory. But I couldn't trust anything else either. By Friday evening, I'd discovered 7 other discrepancies. Small ones, the kind you could miss if you weren't looking. An email from a colleague about a conversation we'd had on Wednesday morning. A conversation I had no record of, in my calendar or my memory. A receipt for lunch at a place I didn't remember going to, charged to my company card on Thursday afternoon. A folder in my filing cabinet labeled with a project name I didn't recognize, filled with work that was in my handwriting, covering topics I should have been familiar with, but wasn't. A text message thread with a friend from college discussing plans we'd apparently made for next weekend. Plans I had no memory of discussing, but plans that felt like the kinds of plans we would make. Each one was small. Each one was the kind of thing that could be explained away, that could be a mistake or a coincidence. But together, they formed a picture of a life that was proceeding without me, of moments that were happening and being completed and being recorded somewhere, while I was present for them and had no memory of being present at all. I called my doctor on Friday afternoon and made an appointment for Monday. I didn't tell them what I needed to talk about. I just said I was concerned about my memory and memory loss, and they fit me in. I spent Friday night looking up symptoms online, which I knew was a bad idea, which I did anyway. Sleep deprivation could cause memory loss. Stress could. Certain medications. Alcoholism, though I barely drank. Some people just had bad memories. This was normal. This was probably fine. But the thing was, my memory hadn't been bad before this week. I was someone who remembered things. I kept detailed notes because I liked having them, not because I needed them. I could recall conversations from months ago. I had a good mind. And now I didn't. Or now I did, but the mind I had was no longer reliable because I couldn't trust that the things I remembered had actually happened, and I couldn't trust that I'd actually been absent from the things I didn't remember. By Saturday morning, I'd stopped leaving the apartment entirely. I worked from home on documents that I was fairly certain were related to my job, and I didn't respond to any messages. I cleaned my apartment systematically, removing things that didn't belong, trying to create an environment where I could see if anything was disturbed, if anyone else had been inside. Everything was exactly where I'd left it, which was both good and not good, because it meant that either nothing had been disturbed or it had been disturbed so carefully that I wouldn't have noticed. Saturday afternoon, I did something that surprised myself. I wrote a note, not with the intention of leaving it for someone to find, just as an experiment. I wrote it on regular notebook paper, in my careful handwriting, describing a normal moment from Saturday morning, making coffee, listening to the rain that had started around 8. I sealed it in an envelope and marked it with the date and time. Then, on Sunday morning, I opened it and read it. The words were definitely in my handwriting. The description was accurate. There had been rain. I had made coffee. But reading the note felt like reading something that someone else had written about my life. There was a distance between the description and the actual event, a gap where I should have been able to feel the lived experience of having written the words. I couldn't feel it, and I realized, sitting at my kitchen table with the note in my hands, that I couldn't even be certain that I had written it on Saturday. Maybe I'd written it earlier and forgotten. Maybe I'd written it just now and imagined the Saturday morning where I'd written it. Maybe there had been no Saturday morning at all. By Monday, I'd convinced myself that I was either having a psychiatric episode or developing something medically wrong with my brain. Both possibilities seemed equally likely and equally terrible. The doctor's appointment was at 2 p.m. I was going to describe my symptoms, and the doctor was going to examine me, and we were going to get some answers. I got dressed and was preparing to leave the apartment when I found another note. This one was on my kitchen counter, where I usually left myself reminders about things I needed to do. Milk, cheese, vegetables I should have bought, things like that. This note said, "Stop looking." It was in my handwriting. I stood in my kitchen for a very long time, looking at those 2 words. Not in shock, I was beyond shock by that point, but in a kind of deep, clarifying dread, because this was different from the other notes. This wasn't a description of something that had happened. This was an instruction. This was me apparently telling myself something. Stop looking. Stop looking for what? For explanations? For proof? Stop looking at the notes? Stop looking at the discrepancies? I had not written this note. I was absolutely certain of that. I had not written these 2 words. But I also knew that no one else had access to my apartment. My locks had not been broken. My windows were still secured. There was no one else here. And so I had written it. I had to have written it. I canceled the doctor's appointment. I texted Morgan and said I would be taking an extended leave from work, that I had personal matters to attend to. Morgan texted back immediately asking if everything was okay, and I didn't respond. Everything was not okay. Everything was profoundly, irreducibly not okay. I spent Monday in my apartment. I did not leave. I sat at my kitchen table and I looked at the 2 notes side by side. The Saturday morning one, describing the rain and the coffee, and the new one with its instruction. Stop looking. The handwriting was identical. Same pen, same pressure, same particular way I curved the letters of certain words. By evening, I had started to feel something else beneath the dread. Something that might have been anger, or might have been fear, or might have been both at once, twisted together so tightly that I couldn't separate them. I had tried to be reasonable about this. I had tried to find explanations. I had accepted, however reluctantly, that I must have written the notes, even if I had no memory of doing so. I had accommodated the impossible. But this new note felt like a violation. Not of my apartment, nothing had been taken or damaged. A violation of something more fundamental. A violation of the narrative of my own life. The story I was telling myself about who I was and what I was doing. The note felt like someone telling me to stop asking questions about my own existence. I decided, sitting there at the table as the light outside my windows turned gray and then dark, that I was going to do the opposite. I was going to look very carefully. I was going to examine everything. I was going to go back to my office, and I was going to find those meeting notes again, and I was going to figure out what was actually happening. I didn't sleep Monday night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, and I waited for Tuesday morning. My office building was a 5-story structure of beige glass and darker beige brick, the kind of building that could be anywhere and nowhere. I had worked there for 4 years. I knew the layout well. The ground floor with its small coffee shop and security desk, the elevator bank on the eastern side, the bathroom with the flickering light on the 3rd floor that maintenance had never quite fixed. I arrived at 7 a.m., before most people would be in the building. The security guard, Blake, who I'd seen maybe 30 times in 4 years and had never spoken to, nodded at me as I passed. I used my key card to access the 3rd floor offices. My desk was in the northwest corner of the floor, near a window that overlooked the parking lot, and, beyond that, a thin strip of trees. I had chosen this spot deliberately when I'd started, because the relative isolation meant fewer conversations with colleagues. Now I was grateful for it for a different reason. No one would notice if I spent time going through old materials. I pulled open the drawer where I kept my notebooks. A stack of them, going back 3 years, filled with my meeting notes, to do lists, observations about projects. I worked through them methodically, opening each one and scanning the entries. I was looking for something, though I wasn't sure what. Anything that seemed wrong. Anything that suggested someone else's hand, someone else's mind, had been involved in the creation of these words. The notebooks were normal, exactly as I remembered them. Requests for revisions on a client proposal from October. Notes about a presentation I'd given on market analysis. Half-formed thoughts about a colleague's management style that I'd never voiced to anyone. The architecture of my working life, documented in my own careful handwriting. I was halfway through the stack when I found something different. It was a page inserted into a notebook from last month, but it wasn't dated. Just a blank date line, and then a long entry in my handwriting that I had absolutely no recollection of writing. Notice today that people are repeating things, small things. Casey said the same joke in the elevator at 10:15 and then again at 10:47. Exactly the same joke, same inflection. Alex mentioned picking up the prescription 3 times over lunch. Not like they forgot they'd said it, like they were running through it again, like maybe they didn't remember the first time. Is this happening to everyone, or just to me? Am I noticing because I'm broken? Because I'm the only one it's not happening to? The note was gone this morning, the one that said, "Stop looking." I looked everywhere. I'm certain I read it, but when I went back to the kitchen this morning, it wasn't on the counter. The handwriting wavered near the end, the letters pressing harder into the page, some of them going slightly sideways, as if I had written it in a state of agitation. I didn't remember any of this. I didn't remember Casey telling a joke. I didn't remember Alex mentioning a prescription. I didn't remember writing these words. I did remember the note on the counter. I remembered reading it. But I couldn't remember seeing it this morning. I hadn't checked. I'd been focused on getting to the office. My hands felt strange, distant, like they belonged to someone else. I kept reading the entry over and over, looking for some indication that it was a fiction, something I'd written as a creative exercise or a joke. But it was too specific, too internal. These were observations that would only make sense if I had actually noticed them, if they had actually happened. I was so focused on the notebook that I almost didn't notice someone approaching my desk. It was Drew, who worked in the office to my left, who I'd nodded to perhaps twice in the past year. Drew looked very tired. "I didn't know you came in early," Drew said. It was a neutral statement, but there was something underneath it, a kind of testing quality. "Sometimes," I said. I was holding the notebook open on my lap, and I wanted to close it, to hide it. But that seemed wrong. That seemed like an admission of something, catching up on things. Drew nodded slowly. "I've been noticing that you seem to be looking at a lot of old materials lately. Digging back. I like to check my notes," I said. "Refresh my memory on past projects." Right. Drew glanced back at his office, then back to me. "I think maybe that's not the best idea right now." "Why would you say that?" Drew was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was very soft, very careful. "Because I think you already know. I think you've already looked enough, and I think you're supposed to stop." I felt something crystallize in me then. Not quite fear, not quite recognition, but something adjacent to both. "You know something about the notes." Drew didn't answer immediately. He looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite identify. Sad, maybe, or something that was pretending to be sad. "I think," Drew said finally, "that you should put the notebook away and go home. Take the day off. Go back to bed if you can. Try to rest. Tell me what's happening," I said. "Just tell me." But Drew was already walking away, back toward his office. By the time I stood up, he had already closed the door, and when I approached his office to try the handle, I found it locked. Strange, because Drew had never locked his office before, not that I'd ever seen. I stood in the hallway for a long time, holding the notebook, listening to the sound of the building waking up, the coffee shop starting, the security desk becoming more active, the soft murmur of colleagues arriving, getting settled, beginning another ordinary day. I went back to my desk. I put the notebook away. I opened my computer and I tried to work, but the words on the screen seemed meaningless, disconnected, like they'd been written in a language I almost understood but couldn't quite access. At 9:30, I received an email from Morgan. "Hi, I'm concerned that I haven't heard from you. Are you okay? Do you need anything?" I stared at the email. I had no memory of Morgan sending me an earlier message, no memory of responding to one. But according to my phone's records, I had sent a text on Monday saying I was taking an extended leave. I had done that. I knew I had done that. But I had no memory of it. I typed back, "I'm fine. Just needed some personal time. I'll be back soon." As I sent the message, my fingers trembling slightly against the keyboard, I realized something. The memories weren't just missing. They were being replaced. Each time I performed an action I couldn't remember, I had a false memory of having done it, complete with emotional context and detail. It was only when I examined things closely, through notes, through other people's reactions, that the discrepancies became visible. Like looking at an optical illusion and suddenly seeing the other image, the one that had been there all along. I had lost time. Not hours, not whole days, something smaller and more fundamental. I was losing the continuity of my own existence, moment by moment, and in the place where the real moment should have been, something was inserting a false version. Something was rewriting me. The rest of Tuesday passed in a blur that was so smooth and ordinary that it felt obscene. I went to lunch, I don't remember where, but I found a receipt in my bag for a sandwich place 3 blocks away. I attended a meeting about a client campaign. I found the notes in my notebook, and they made sense. They were coherent. They had the quality of memory, but they felt like watching a recording of someone else's experience. I talked to colleagues. I smiled. I pretended to be present. And all the while, there was a part of my mind that was actively investigating itself, like a hand trying to touch its own back. On Tuesday evening, I did something that was either very smart or very foolish. I set up my phone to record video as I went about my apartment. I placed it on a shelf angled toward my living room and kitchen, and I let it run as I ate dinner, as I sat on my couch, as I tried to read and failed. Nothing unusual happened. The video showed me alone in my apartment, doing normal things. But I watched it anyway, fast-forwarding through the hours, looking for the moment when something would change. The moment when I would move in a way I didn't remember moving, when I would disappear from frame and reappear somewhere else, a gap in the footage that would explain the missing time. The video was continuous. Unbroken, I was there the entire time, moving through space in a normal way, my actions all connected, all following logically from one to the next, which was somehow worse than if something obviously wrong had happened. Because if nothing wrong had happened, if I had been present and conscious and continuous the entire time, then where were the memories? Tuesday night, I did not sleep. I sat with my phone, and I waited. Wednesday morning arrived with gray light filtering through my windows. I had been awake for more than 36 hours. My eyes felt raw. My thoughts had taken on a quality of strange clarity, as if exhaustion had worn away the parts of my mind that were supposed to protect me from certain kinds of understanding. I knew, sitting in my kitchen as the city woke up outside my windows, that something fundamental had already happened, that I had already crossed some kind of threshold. The question was not whether I could go back. The question was whether I had ever actually been where I thought I'd been before. On Wednesday, I didn't go to the office. Something that doesn't fight so hard, doesn't break so easily. You'll see. By the time you realize, you'll be grateful. You'll understand that this was mercy. I stared at those words for a very long time. Then I closed the journal. And then I opened it again and read it once more to make absolutely sure I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't. I should probably tell Morgan about this. I probably should go back to that lavender-scented office and tell them that something is still wrong, that my theory about restoration and normalcy was premature, that there's evidence of an intruder in my own narrative, that I'm being rewritten and the rewrites are becoming harder to distinguish from my actual thoughts. But that's the thing about having your reality slowly unpicked, thread by thread. You become uncertain about what counts as alarming. Is a mysterious journal entry more or less concerning than the steady erosion of your ability to trust your own memories? Is the presence of an external entity writing your life for you worse than the slow realization that maybe you were never writing it yourself? That maybe continuity is just a story we tell, and the only difference between a self and a replacement is how convincing the performance is? I haven't deleted the entry. I can't quite bring myself to. It's evidence of something, though I'm not sure what. A proof that I'm right to be afraid, or a proof that fear itself is a choice I can stop making. I keep the journal on my desk now, in plain sight. Sometimes I flip through the pages, looking for other inconsistencies, other moments where I might have written something I don't remember writing. Most of them look fine. Most of them are clearly mine. The same complaints, the same observations, the same handwriting flowing across the page like water finding its level. But sometimes, when I'm not paying close attention, I'll read something and have that small moment of dislocation. That moment where I can't be sure if I'm reading my past or someone else's. And I don't correct it. I don't cross anything out. I just write the next day's entry and continue on. Because Morgan was right about one thing. The continuity matters. The documentation matters. The simple act of creating a record day after day creates a person. Whether that person is me or someone wearing my life like a coat becomes less relevant with each passing day. And the worst part, the part that keeps me awake sometimes, though less and less as time goes on, is that I'm not sure anymore whether that's a tragedy or just acceptance wearing a different name. The notebook sits on my desk, and every morning I write in it, and every morning the person writing feels slightly more real than the person who wrote the day before. And I'm beginning to think that's the entire point. Not to save myself, but to rebuild myself into something that can exist without constantly questioning whether it exists at all. The handwriting is beautiful, whoever's writing it. Story 4. The room behind the bathroom wall matches my childhood bedroom exactly. The tile behind the toilet is the color of old teeth. I notice it the second week, when the afternoon light angles through the frosted window at just the right slant, and I'm sitting there doing what you do in bathrooms, and I see it, a subtle variation in the grout, a seam that doesn't quite match the rest of the wall. I don't think much about it. Old buildings are full of seams. This apartment has seams everywhere, between floorboards, around the window frames, where the plaster is trying to separate from the lath underneath. When you're 34 and you've spent the last 6 years moving for work, you stop being surprised by the small betrayals of aging infrastructure. But my eyes keep going back to it. The wall is only about 18 inches from the toilet seat, close enough that I could lean forward and run my palm against it if I wanted to, which I don't, because that's the kind of thing that starts to matter less when you live alone but still feels embarrassing to yourself. Still, I notice the texture. The tile is slightly raised, glazed unevenly. Some tiles have a faint spider web of crazing, like old porcelain. Some are smooth. Whoever tiled this bathroom did it the way people did things in the 80s or 90s, I think, functional, unbothered by perfection. What bothers me is the thickness. I realize it on a Thursday afternoon when I'm standing at the sink, washing my hands, and I look at the wall from that angle. The bathroom is small, all of the apartment is small, which is what I can afford in this city, which is part of why I chose this particular building on Ashland. In the quieter section where the rents haven't spiked yet, the bathroom has a toilet, a sink, and a shower stall that's wedged into the far corner like an afterthought. That shower stall is backed by this wall. The problem is simple geometry. The building is old, probably from the 1920s. I looked it up when I signed the lease. 6 stories, brick facade. The kind of structure that's been carved up and renovated dozens of times. The layout of this unit is probably not the original layout. You can tell by the way the walls don't quite align, the way doorways are slightly off square, the way some rooms feel longer than their dimensions should allow. But the bathroom wall doesn't fit. I measure it roughly with my eyes at first, then with actual measurement, I have a steel tape in a drawer somewhere from my last place. The exterior wall of the building, where the bathroom sits, runs along the back of the structure, overlooking the alley. The shower occupies most of the space against that wall, leaving a narrow margin on either side. The toilet is positioned against the interior wall, the one that separates my apartment from the unit next door. Except the interior wall is too thick. It has to be. The neighboring apartment's layout, which I can infer from the hallway outside and the visible structure of the building, places their kitchen and living space on the other side of that wall. The wall should be roughly standard, maybe 4 inches at most, accounting for plaster and backing. But when I stand in the shower and look at that toilet wall from the outside, and then I think about what should be on the other side, the math doesn't work. The wall is too substantial. There's extra space in there. Dead space, maybe, or something else. I don't go looking for it immediately. I live my life. I work remotely most days, designing database interfaces for a health tech company, solitary work, a screen, the gentle hum of the building around me. I grocery shop. I take walks around the neighborhood. I call my mother on Sundays. Normal things. But the wall nags at me. It's the kind of thing that, once you notice it, your brain won't let go of. A dissonance. A small logical inconsistency that shouldn't matter, that has no bearing on your actual life, but which your mind keeps returning to like a tongue finding a rough tooth. I start looking at the wall differently. I notice the grout is slightly discolored in a vertical line about 6 inches from the right edge of the toilet tank. A faint darkening that could be mold or water staining or just the accumulation of decades. I notice that the tile pattern seems to shift slightly along that same line, as if the rows are offset by a 1/4 inch or so. Nothing dramatic, nothing obviously wrong, just enough to suggest that perhaps this section of wall was installed or replaced at a different time than the rest. The seam suggests a door. I don't tap on it for 3 days after I first consider it, because tapping on walls in your rented apartment feels like something a person does when they're starting to fall apart, when isolation has begun to change the shape of their thinking. I'm fine. I'm adjusted. I like this apartment, actually. The light is good. The building is quiet in that specific way older buildings are quiet, absorbing sound, dampening the noise of the city outside. But on a Tuesday evening, I'm sitting on the bathroom floor with my back against the sink cabinet, scrolling through my phone. And I reach over and tap the wall with my knuckles. The sound is wrong. Hollow. Distinctly, unmistakably hollow. The rest of the wall, the portions I tap experimentally over the following minutes, sounds normal, solid, the muted thunk of plaster over brick or backing. But that section, the section with the discolored grout and the offset tile, that section sounds like there's air behind it. A cavity. A gap. I sit there for a long time, my hand resting against the cool tile, feeling something shift in my chest that I don't have a good name for. Curiosity, yes, but something else too. Something like recognition, which doesn't make sense because I've never seen this wall before 6 weeks ago when I moved in. I run my fingers along the grout lines following the vertical seam down. My fingernail catches slightly where the grout is uneven, right around where the tile offset becomes visible. I can feel the edge of the seam more clearly now that I'm looking for it, now that I know it's there. The seam is very thin, almost invisible, but it's there. And at the bottom, just at the base of the wall where the tile meets the corner where the wall bends to create the back edge of the toilet's base, I can feel something else. A very slight raised edge, like the beginning of a frame. I sit back. My heart is moving faster than seems reasonable. I'm not scared, exactly. I'm not even particularly unsettled. Not in any way I can articulate. It's more that some part of my nervous system has recognized something and sent a notification to the rest of me. Something is not as it should be. I get up, I wash my hands, I leave the bathroom. But I come back the next day, and the day after that. Each time I look at the wall, the seam seems more obvious. Not because it's changing, I think, but because I'm truly seeing it now. Pattern recognition. Once your brain knows what to look for, it highlights it everywhere. By Friday, I'm certain there's something behind the wall, something that was designed to be hidden or sealed away or forgotten. By Friday night, I want to know what it is. That Friday night, I stood in the hardware store under fluorescent lights that made everything look slightly ill. holding a cold chisel in one hand and a small hammer in the other. The cashier didn't ask questions. People buy tools all the time. The apartment was silent when I got back. It was nearly midnight. I'd taken the evening off work, told myself I'd have the weekend to repair whatever I did, to sand the walls smooth again if needed, to pretend this hadn't happened. That was the plan I told myself as I set the tools on the bathroom counter. I didn't use them that night. I stood there for 20 minutes looking at the wall, and then I put the tools away in the linen closet. The feeling that had moved into my chest when I first heard that hollow sound had grown roots. It was becoming something like dread, and I couldn't explain why. I didn't even know what was behind the wall. It could be nothing. A void where the original construction had left a gap. Poor workmanship from decades ago. A sealed duct. Hundreds of mundane possibilities. But I didn't want to know. That was the truth of it. Not yet. Saturday morning I woke with my shoulders tight and a headache that felt like it was coming from behind my eyes. I'd dreamed something unpleasant. The way you do sometimes, the memory of it slipped away as soon as I became conscious, leaving only the residue of wrongness. I made coffee. I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop, trying to work on a project I'd brought home. The apartment was very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that comes with urban living, distant traffic on the street below, the muffled sound of someone's television 3 floors up. But it felt thicker than usual today. The walls seemed to absorb the sound of my own breathing. Around noon, I heard water running. I sat still, coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. The sound was coming from the bathroom. Water. Definitely. The faint whisper of it through the pipes. The sound the faucet makes when it's not quite turned all the way off. That particular drip that isn't quite a drip, more a steady trickle of water finding the drain. I set the cup down slowly. I hadn't turned on the bathroom faucet. I lived alone. The building was old but well maintained. The superintendent had shown me how everything worked when I moved in. There were no pets, no roommates. No one else had keys. I walked to the bathroom. The faucet was off. Completely off. I tested it, ran my thumb over the handle. Dry, cold, the sound continued. That steady trickle coming from somewhere inside the walls, or perhaps from the pipes beneath the building. Old plumbing. I'd heard it before in other apartments. The sound of water settling, of pressure equalizing. Perfectly normal. It stopped after about 3 minutes. I stood there for a while longer, then went back to my laptop. I tried to work. I managed about 45 minutes before I gave up and took a walk around the neighborhood. When I came back, the apartment was exactly as I'd left it. That night, I heard it again. This time, it was different. This time, it sounded like the shower was running. I was lying in bed in the dark when I heard it, not the shower itself, but the sound of water hitting the shower floor, that hollow patter of rain against tile. I got up immediately, my heart jumping, and went to the bathroom. The shower was completely dry. The tiles were cool to the touch. No moisture in the air. The bathroom mirror wasn't fogged. Nothing. But I could still hear it, distant, as though it were coming from behind the walls, or perhaps from a different floor. The shower running on some other level of the building, the sound carrying through the pipes that ran through the core of the structure. except I could hear it most clearly in my bathroom. Standing in there in the dark, it was the loudest it had been, and it sounded like my shower specifically. I recognized, without knowing how I recognized it, the exact pitch of my own shower head. I turned on the light. Everything normal. I checked the faucet handles, cold, untouched. I stood there listening to phantom water fall for another 2 minutes, and then it stopped as abruptly as it had started. I didn't sleep well that night. Sunday passed in that suspended way that Sundays do. I did laundry. I went to the grocery store. I spent an hour reorganizing the kitchen cabinet under the sink, moving things around for no reason, just to move them. When evening came, I sat on my couch and watched television without really watching it, aware the whole time of the wall in the bathroom, aware of the knowledge I carried now that something was wrong with it, aware that I was choosing not to investigate because some part of me was afraid of what I would find. By Monday morning, I'd almost convinced myself the water sounds had been nothing unusual. Old buildings make noises. Pipes settle. My mind, primed by the discovery of the hollow wall, was interpreting normal sounds as strange. Confirmation bias. My brain looking for patterns because it expected to find them. I went to work. I made it through the day. I came home, changed clothes, and tried to settle into an evening that felt increasingly difficult to inhabit. Around 9 o'clock, I noticed something in the hallway mirror. The hallway of my apartment is very narrow, the bathroom door opens directly off it, and the bedroom door is opposite. The mirror is small, mounted on the wall beside the light switch. I was walking past it, heading to the kitchen, when I caught sight of my reflection. Or caught sight of something that seemed wrong with it. The thing is, mirrors don't lie. Not really. They show you what's there. But something in the way the light was hitting this one, or something in the angle of it, made my reflection seem slightly displaced. My face looked like it was half a second behind the rest of me, like the mirror was showing me a moment that had already passed. I stopped. I looked at it directly. The reflection corrected immediately. Of course it did. I was being ridiculous. But I'd seen it. That lag. That sense of temporal discontinuity that lasted maybe a quarter of a second, just long enough to register something was off. I told myself it was a trick of the light. The bulb in the hallway had been flickering slightly since I moved in. I made a mental note to change it. Tuesday morning I woke up knowing something had changed in the apartment overnight. It wasn't anything I could point to immediately. Nothing was missing. Nothing had moved, but there was something in the air. Something in the quality of the silence that was different from before. It was like the space had shifted fractionally, the way a house settles after rain, a minute structural adjustment that your body registers before your conscious mind can name it. I moved through the apartment doing normal things, showering, dressing, making breakfast, and the feeling persisted. Everything looked exactly right. But the apartment didn't feel like it belonged to me anymore. Or rather, I didn't feel like I belonged to it. It was a strange thought. I pushed it aside. At work, I found myself thinking about the layout of the apartment. Not deliberately, the thoughts just kept surfacing. I'd mapped out the space in my head when I first moved in, the way you do. I know how many steps it takes from my bed to the bathroom door. I know the exact dimensions of my living room because I spent an hour trying to fit my couch against different walls. I know my apartment the way a body knows itself. Or I thought I did. But now, running through the layout in my mind, something seemed off about the proportions. The bathroom, specifically, when I looked at it in my mind's eye, it seemed smaller than it should be. The wall opposite the toilet, the wall with the tiles, seemed too close to the wall on the other side. There wasn't enough space there. The math didn't work. I pulled out my phone and opened the photos I'd taken when I first moved in, documenting the apartment for some insurance purpose I'd never followed up on. I scrolled through them. There was the bathroom, captured from the doorway. I tried to estimate the dimensions from the image, tried to mentally reconstruct the space. The wall with the discolored grout was partially visible in one photo. I zoomed in, studying it. The photo was 3 months old. The discolored grout was already there. The offset tile was already there. I just never noticed. But something else occurred to me as I stared at the zoomed image. From the doorway, you shouldn't have been able to see that wall so clearly. The toilet was in the way. The angle was wrong. Except in the photo, I could see it perfectly. The wall was visible and clear, as though the toilet had been positioned differently, or as though I'd taken the photo from somewhere else. I checked the metadata. No, the phone's location information was disabled, but the timestamp was correct. March 15th, the first week after I moved in. I put the phone away. My hands felt cold. I was at work. People were around me, and I was having thoughts that made my chest feel strange, that made the air in the office seem very thin. That evening, I went home and measured the bathroom. I used a tape measure I found in the kitchen drawer. The bathroom was 7 feet across, that is, from the door to the wall with the tub. From the toilet to the wall with the tub was 6 feet. The bathroom was roughly 7 feet wide, so the wall with the tile should have been 7 feet away from the toilet. But it felt like it was closer. It was always closer than it should have been. I'd felt that compression every time I sat there, that sense of the space folding in on itself. I measured again. Then I measured the distance from my apartment door to the far wall of my bathroom. 31 feet, standard layout for this building's floor plan. Then I measured from my apartment door to the far wall of my living room, along the opposite hallway. 28 feet. The math was wrong. If both measurements were accurate, the apartment was 3 feet larger than it should be. But I wasn't measuring wrong. I checked 3 times, moving carefully, making sure the tape was straight. Either my apartment was 3 feet larger than the building's floor plan suggested, or there was something else taking up that space. Something behind the walls. Wednesday morning I woke up certain I was losing my mind, and I was almost grateful for the clarity of that thought. It made sense. The hollow wall, the water sounds, the mirror lag, the math, it was all starting to circle into something that looked a lot like paranoia. The kind of spiral where each perceived discrepancy confirms the last one, where your mind builds a structure of wrongness that becomes increasingly elaborate and increasingly difficult to step outside of. I could stop. I could let it go. I could live in the apartment and try very hard not to think about any of this. But that afternoon, when I came home from work, the bathroom door was open. I always closed it. I was certain I always closed it. It was a habit the way people are about bathroom doors. It was open about 8 inches, and behind it, the bathroom was full of steam. Not recent steam, the shower hadn't been run. But the mirror was fogged, the walls were beaded with condensation, and the air felt heavy with moisture and heat. The tiles were cool to the touch when I put my hand against them, but the room itself felt like a sauna, like it had been at full heat just moments before. I opened the window. I turned on the bathroom fan. The air didn't clear. It felt like the moisture was seeping out of the walls themselves, like the apartment's humidity had been turned up and now it was weeping. I closed the door and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. By Thursday, the walls of the bathroom seemed to have moved. Not much, maybe half an inch, but enough that I could feel it. The space was tighter. The walls were closer together. When I sat on the toilet, my shoulders touched either wall, something that hadn't happened before. I was certain it hadn't happened before. The tiles on the problem wall, the wall with the hollow space, the wall that might be hiding something, had started to shift slightly in their grout. Not obviously. You couldn't see it in direct light, but if you ran your fingers over them, you could feel how some of them were no longer perfectly flush. Some were sinking. The grout was settling, or breaking, or something was pressing against them from behind. Friday night, I lay in bed and made a decision. I would open the wall tomorrow. I would use the hammer and chisel I'd bought. I would find out what was behind it. I would understand what was wrong with my apartment, and once I understood it, I could deal with it. Except I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than reason, that whatever was behind that wall wasn't going to make things better. I would know the truth, and the truth would be worse than this current state of not knowing. I understood then why I'd been hesitating. It wasn't fear of what I'd find. It was fear of finding out what it meant. Saturday morning came with a stillness that felt manufactured. I'd slept badly, in the shallow way of someone waiting for something inevitable. When I woke, the apartment was quiet, in a way that suggested it was holding its breath. The hammer and chisel were on my kitchen counter where I'd left them. I'd laid them out the night before like instruments for surgery, not in panic, but in the careful preparation of someone who'd already crossed the threshold into something they couldn't uncross. They looked smaller in daylight, less capable of answers. I made coffee. I sat at my table for 40 minutes and didn't drink it. The cup cooled in my hands, and I watched the apartment's light move across the wall in slow, deliberate increments. The sun was rising in the wrong place. Or the building was oriented differently than I remembered. Or I was noticing things that had always been true, but which my mind had somehow adjusted around until this moment. By 9 o'clock, I couldn't delay any more. The bathroom felt different when I entered it. The air quality had shifted again, that persistent moisture was still there, but it had taken on a quality I can only describe as expectant. The tiles on the problem wall seemed to lean toward me slightly, or perhaps I was standing closer to them than I realized. Distance had become unreliable in this space. Proportions had started to waver. I set the chisel against the grout line between two tiles. The hammer was cold in my other hand. The first strike was tentative. The chisel bit into the grout with a harsh, grating sound that seemed to echo longer than it should have, bouncing off the tile and the mirror and the walls until the space filled with the single note of intrusion. I waited for it to fade. It didn't. It seemed to linger in the tiles themselves, vibrating faintly. I struck again. Harder, the grout began to crumble. Dust, fine, white, almost luminescent in the bathroom light, rose in a small cloud. As it settled, I could see the chisel had created a small gap. The edge of the tile behind the grout was visible now, a thin line of darkness. I worked methodically, tile by tile. The grout gave way in stubborn pieces, and beneath it the darkness grew. More gaps appeared. The tiles came loose one by one, stacking against the toilet, against the sink. My hands were white with dust. My breathing had become controlled, deliberate, as if I was trying not to startle something. After 20 minutes, I'd exposed a section about 3 feet wide and 2 feet tall. Behind the tiles was a wall of plaster, and the plaster was wrong. It wasn't the usual institutional beige of old walls. It was darker, a kind of deep gray, almost slate-colored, and it was warm. I pressed my hand against it. The warmth was unmistakable. The plaster was warm like skin, like the side of something alive. I pulled my hand back. The chisel bit into the plaster more easily than into tile and grout. It crumbled. It splintered. Chunks of it fell away to the tile floor, revealing what lay beneath. And then I stopped. Because I could see what was underneath. I could see the edge of something. The corner of a room. A different wall. A wall that was painted a color I remembered. Seafoam green. I stood very still. Seafoam green had been the color of my bedroom walls when I was 7 years old. My mother had painted it that summer. She'd let me pick the color from a paint chip display at a hardware store, and I'd chosen the one that looked like water. Not like the ocean, like water in a tank. Like something enclosed. I dropped the hammer. It clattered against the tile floor, and the sound seemed to upset the air itself. Very carefully, methodically, I worked away more plaster. My hands were shaking slightly, but my movement stayed steady. Muscle memory, perhaps, or something else. Something in me that had been expecting this all along. The hole grew larger, a foot wide now. Then 2 feet. I could see more of the paint, seafoam green. And something else. The edge of what looked like furniture. The corner of something that might have been a bed frame. The air coming through the hole was different from the bathroom air. It was cooler, but also closer somehow. Dense, it smelled like my childhood. A smell I didn't know I remembered until this moment. Like dust and the particular staleness of a room that hasn't been opened in decades. I was breathing through my mouth now. I made the hole larger still, large enough to fit through if I was willing to contort myself to squeeze through the jagged edge where the plaster had broken away. The seafoam green wall was definitely visible now, and the room it enclosed was definitely there. My childhood bedroom. The proportions were right. The light coming through what I could see of the window was the right quality. The furniture I could glimpse matched what I should have seen, What I was remembering now in terrible fragmentary detail: a bed against the far wall, a dresser with a mirror, a door that should have led into the hallway. But I had never lived in this apartment before. I had moved here 6 months ago from across the city. The building was new construction, or at least it had been built long after my childhood bedroom had ceased to exist. It couldn't possibly contain a room that was an exact replica of a space from 2 decades ago. Except it did. And standing in front of the hole, dust on my skin, the hammer on the floor beside me, I understood something with terrible clarity. The apartment wasn't 3 feet larger than the floor plan suggested. The apartment was expanding. It was growing inward, creating space where none had existed, creating rooms, creating my room, creating a version of something that had been mine, reconstructing it with perfect fidelity from nothing but memory and something else I didn't have a word for. The question wasn't what was behind the wall. The question was why. Why would an apartment, or whatever lived in this apartment, use my memories to build space? Why would it take the room of a 7-year-old child and recreate it here, behind the bathroom tiles, in the space that shouldn't exist? I could hear something now, a sound coming from the seafoam green room, a very soft sound, a rhythmic sound, almost like breathing, almost like the sound of something in that space waking up as the plaster fell away and the barrier between my bathroom and that impossible room grew thinner. I did something then that I haven't fully understood since. I backed away slowly. I didn't turn. I backed toward the bathroom door, keeping my eyes on the hole, on the seafoam green, on the darkness inside that room. My foot found the bathroom door. I felt it swing open. I stepped through and closed it gently behind me. I sat in my living room for 3 hours. I didn't move. I didn't make calls or search the internet or do any of the things people are supposed to do when confronted with the impossible. I sat on my couch and felt the apartment around me, felt it differently now, not as a space I occupied, but as a space that occupied me, or was trying to, a space that was slowly reconstructing itself around who I was, what I remembered, what I feared. The sound in the bathroom, that soft, rhythmic breathing, continued for exactly an hour. Then it stopped. When I finally opened the bathroom door again, the hole was still there. The plaster was still broken. The seafoam green wall was still visible. But the sound had ceased. The room beyond was silent. And I understood, with a certainty that felt like knowledge arriving from outside myself, that whatever had been on the other side of that wall, whatever had been waking up as I destroyed the barrier, was now waiting for me to do something, was waiting for me to be curious enough, or desperate enough, or brave enough to climb through that hole and step into a room that should not exist. It was waiting for me to come inside. And the worst part, the part I couldn't quite accept even as I sat there in the gathering darkness of my apartment, was that a part of me wanted to. A part of me wanted to crawl through that hole and see what lay on the other side. Not out of courage or curiosity, but out of a terrible kind of recognition. As if that room, that seafoam green space with its breathing darkness, was more home than anything I'd ever lived in, as if it had been waiting for me all along. The next morning, I called a plumber. Not because I thought he would find anything useful. I already knew what I'd find, or rather, what I wouldn't find. But because there's a script for these moments. When reality cracks, you're supposed to follow the script. You call professionals. You document things. You try to fold the impossible back into the ordinary through the sheer force of normalcy. His name was Derek. He arrived at 9 on a Tuesday, carrying his equipment with the easy confidence of someone who had spent 20 years inside other people's walls. I made coffee. We made small talk about the weather. He went into the bathroom, and I heard the sound of his tools, the practiced movements of someone who has done this 10,000 times before. He was in there for 40 minutes. When he came out, he had the expression of a man who has found nothing. And I mean nothing, not even anything unexpected. He showed me the wall. The hole I'd made was still there, but the plaster around it was uniform, unremarkable. The space behind it was approximately what the floor plan suggested it should be. Pipes, insulation, the normal architecture of a modern building's guts. He took a flashlight and shone it through the opening, narrating what he saw with the practiced boredom of routine. Just your water lines here, waste stack there, maybe some settling in the joists, but nothing unusual, nothing that would explain. He paused, glancing at me. What did you think was back here? I'm not sure, I said. Which was true. He cleaned up. He didn't charge me much because there was nothing to charge for. A professional had looked at the wall and found it to be exactly what it should be. The script had been followed. Reality had reasserted itself, or at least the appearance of it. But I knew, and I think he knew too. I saw it in the way he glanced back at the hole as he was leaving. Not with curiosity, but with something else. Recognition, maybe, or relief that he could leave it in someone else's hands. The days that followed were strange in their ordinariness. I went to work. I remember my boss asking why I looked tired, and I had no answer that made sense. I came home and existed in the apartment the way I always had. I cooked meals. I slept poorly. I developed a small routine of avoiding the bathroom whenever possible. But the apartment felt different now. Not ominous, exactly, not hostile. It felt the way a room feels when you know you're being watched, except the watching wasn't malicious. It was attentive. Interested patient, I kept the bathroom door closed. Sometimes I could hear water running through the pipes, normal sounds. The sounds pipes make. But I found myself listening to them with a new kind of attention, as if trying to decode a message in the ordinary. Sometimes the water would run for longer than it should. Sometimes it would stop mid-flow, then start again, as if something had paused. These things might have always happened. I simply hadn't been listening before. A week after the plumber left, I opened the bathroom door to use the sink. I'd been avoiding it, but eventually biology overcomes psychology. The hole in the wall was still there. The plaster edges had dried white and brittle. I looked at it while washing my hands, and something struck me. I couldn't clearly remember what the hole looked like when I'd first made it. The act of breaking through the wall had felt vivid and necessary at the time, but now, When I tried to recall it, the memory felt imprecise, slippery, like trying to remember the exact shade of a dream. I could remember the seafoam green behind the plaster with absolute clarity. That color was burned into my mind with a precision that bordered on painful. But the moment of breaking through, the sound of the hammer, the physical reality of the act, all of that had become strangely abstract. I repaired the wall 2 weeks later. I bought spackle and sandpaper and a putty knife, and I filled in the hole as best I could. It wasn't professional work. The patch would be visible if you knew where to look. A slight discoloration in the plaster, a place where the texture didn't quite match. But it was good enough. Good enough to stop looking at it. Good enough to almost forget it was there. Except I couldn't forget it was there, and I think the apartment knew I couldn't forget it. In early December, the neighbors above me began making noise in their apartment. I could hear them moving furniture, rearranging their space. The sounds filtered through my ceiling in the normal way. Thuds, the scrape of something heavy being dragged, muffled voices. But I noticed something odd. The sounds were most active directly above my bathroom. For 3 days, there was almost constant movement up there. Shifting, adjusting, creating. I considered mentioning it to the landlord. But what would I say? That my neighbors were reorganizing their apartment above the room I'd sealed behind plaster? That seemed paranoid. The noise eventually stopped. When it did, something in my apartment felt different. Not larger, not smaller. Just different. Like the space had settled into a new configuration and was waiting to see if I'd noticed. I started paying attention to the mirrors. There's a small one in my bathroom and a larger one in my bedroom. When I passed them, I developed a new habit. I'd look at them for just a fraction of a second before looking away. Not because I expected to see anything unusual, but because I was afraid of what I might catch in my peripheral vision. That moment just before I directly faced the mirror, when I was still slightly out of sync with my reflection. That's where the wrongness lived. I was certain of it. Nothing was ever there, but the fear was real. My sleep deteriorated. Not from nightmares, I had very few of those, but from something quieter. I'd lie in bed and listen to the apartment breathing around me. The settled shifts of settling wood, the hum of the heating system, the way pipes make that particular sound when water flows through them. It all sounded like respiration. The apartment was breathing, and I was sleeping inside its lungs. One night, I can't remember if it was January or February, I woke to a sound from the bathroom. Not water running, not pipes settling, a sound more like movement, something shifting. Some hashtag, the room behind the bathroom wall matches my childhood bedroom exactly, hashtag, additional middle section, the air inside, carries a particular quality I haven't encountered since I was 12. It's stale, yes, that goes without saying, but it's not the staleness of a sealed basement or an abandoned house. It's the specific density of air that's been breathed and rebreathed in a small space over time. A child's air, the kind that accumulates beneath posters and stuffed animals and the low ceiling of a room where someone grew up. I move deeper inside, and the temperature drops incrementally, not drastically. just enough that I notice the skin on my arms beginning to tighten. My breath becomes visible in thin wisps, curling away from my mouth like something alive, something independent of me. The light from my phone illuminates only what I direct it toward. The wall beside me, the corner ahead, and the darkness beyond retreats but never fully surrenders. The carpet beneath my feet is the same worn beige as I remember, though that's impossible. My mother replaced the carpeting 3 times over my childhood. I know this with absolute certainty. Yet my footsteps produce the same soft, almost deadened sound they did decades ago, as though the floor beneath is absorbing something essential from each step. There's a faint give to it, a suggestion of padding that's slowly collapsing under its own weight. To my left, the wall texture catches my attention. I run my palm across it. Textured wallpaper, the kind from the early 90s, with that settled geometric pattern that was supposed to hide wear and imperfection. The pattern repeats exactly as I remember. My fingers trace the raised surface, and it's slightly cool, slightly rough. Dust accumulates in the indentations, and when I withdraw my hand, there's a faint smudge of gray across my skin. I don't wipe it away. Something in me wants to keep the evidence. The silence is what unsettles me most. Not an absence of sound, but a presence that feels conscious. The walls seem to be listening. I become hyper-aware of every small noise my body makes. The fabric of my jeans rubbing against my legs, the irregular rhythm of my breathing, the minute clicking sounds my jaw makes when I swallow. These sounds feel too loud, intrusive in this space that demands quiet the way certain people demand attention. I move toward what I know will be the bookshelf, and there it is. The wooden shelves are darker than I remember, but the books arranged there are in the exact order my 13-year-old self left them. Fantasy novels with worn spines, a battered dictionary I never used but kept for the satisfying weight of it, a journal with a silver clasp that I locked and never reopened. All of them wait here in this impossible room like artifacts from an archaeological dig into my own past. I don't touch the journal. The window is there too. I move toward it, though part of me resists. The curtains are the same shade of blue, a soft periwinkle that's faded to almost gray. They're partially drawn, and through the gap, I expect to see the interior of my apartment's wall. Instead, there's darkness. Not the darkness of a blocked window or a wall, true darkness, the kind that seems to have depth. That suggests space beyond the pane. I reach out to touch the glass. It's cold, colder than the air around it, and that cold seems to emanate from behind the glass rather than from the outside. I can't see my reflection in it. I move my other hand, and there's nothing mirrored back at me. Just the darkness beyond, unchanging, uninformed by my presence. The ceiling is low, exactly as I recall, and when I straighten to my full adult height, I can nearly brush it with my fingertips. This alone is disorienting. I've spent 20 years in rooms with proper clearance, with space above my head. This compression feels deliberately designed to make me feel too large for this place, too much of an adult for a child's room. My shoulders feel too wide, my hands feel too heavy. There's a smell I can't quite name. Not unpleasant, exactly. Familiar in a way that triggers something deep in my memory, that won't quite surface. It's like stepping into a scent memory that belongs to someone else. Faint impressions of laundry detergent from another era. Something vanilla adjacent. Maybe the ghost of crayons or paper, or the specific mustiness of a space where someone small once slept. The smell doesn't change as I move through the room. It's uniform, as though it's been absorbed into everything, the walls, the carpet, the very air itself. I notice dust particles moving through the beam of my phone's light, and I count them for a moment before realizing what I'm doing. Why am I counting? My mind is grasping for small tasks, small acts of control in a space that feels increasingly outside my ability to comprehend. The closet door is closed, just as I left it. I'm not ready to open it. Instead, I turn my attention to the corner near what would have been my bed. There's a small indentation in the carpet there, a depression worn into the fibers from years, or what feels like years, of weight in one spot. I remember standing in that corner. I remember having reasons to stand there, though I can't quite recall what those reasons were. The memory hovers just outside my reach, present but inaccessible, like a word on the tip of my tongue that refuses to be spoken aloud. I sit down on the carpet. The padding gives way slightly beneath my weight, and I pull my knees up toward my chest, unconsciously adopting the posture of someone much younger. The position feels natural here in a way it shouldn't. Everything about this room seems designed to reduce me, to compress me back into who I was at 12, 14, 16, to make me small enough to fit. Time moves differently here. I've been inside for what feels like minutes, but when I check my phone's clock, nearly an hour has passed. The battery has decreased by 12%. That seems right. That seems proportional. Though I haven't used it for light the entire time, somehow I realize I'm holding my breath. I exhale slowly, watching the white vapor of my breath cloud in the phone's screen light. And I don't turn on my light again for quite some time. I sit in the darkness instead, in the listening silence, in the cold that doesn't quite hurt, and I wait for my eyes to adjust to a space where nothing adjusts, nothing changes, nothing allows itself to be seen. Thing adjusting itself behind the wall where I'd patched the hole. I lay in bed for a very long time, listening, then I got up. I don't remember deciding to get up. I simply found myself standing in the darkness of my apartment, moving toward the bathroom door with a clarity of purpose that didn't feel entirely like my own. But I stopped before I got there. I stopped and went back to bed, and whatever was moving in the bathroom behind the plaster stopped moving as well. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd dreamed it. The odd thing about adaptation is how complete it is. I've lived in the apartment for another 9 months since then. I've gotten used to the way the space feels. I've learned to exist in it without constantly testing its dimensions, without measuring doorways and counting ceiling tiles. I've learned to accept the small irregularities, the hallway that seems slightly longer than it should be when I'm in a hurry, the closet that feels deeper than the external measurements suggest, the way the living room looks different depending on what time of day it is, and never quite matches the way I remember it looking. I've learned to stop questioning these things, but something small has happened that I can't stop thinking about. It's insignificant, really, the kind of thing that would be easy to dismiss as coincidence or my own misremembering. But it sits in my mind now, taking up a kind of permanent residence. My childhood bedroom was seafoam green. I know this with absolute certainty. I remember the walls. I remember the color so vividly it's almost more real to me than any other color I've ever seen. And I remember that the room had a smell, something particular to it, a combination of the specific way the afternoon light warmed the walls, the dust in the carpet, the plastic of the toy boxes. Not unpleasant, just specific, unmistakably mine. Last week I was in my apartment and I smelled it, just for a moment, just a faint impression as I was walking from my bedroom to the kitchen. The scent of that room, the scent of being 7 years old, the scent of a place I haven't lived in more than 20 years. It came and went in an instant. And when I turned around to find it again, when I backtracked and tried to locate the source of the smell, it was gone. Completely gone. I've searched for it every day since, standing in different rooms, breathing carefully, trying to find that scent again. But it hasn't returned. The strange part, the part that I think about most, is that I'm not certain whether I'm waiting for it to come back or hoping that it doesn't. The strange part is that the apartment feels like it's waiting for something too, like we're both holding our breath, like that seafoam green room is still there, still real, still mine. Still waking up somewhere behind the plaster and the pipes and the careful normalcy of my repaired wall, like it's patient enough to wait for me to finally be curious enough to look again.